Chapter 1765. In the next moment, he opened his eyes with difficulty and realized that he was still in the outside world. The scene from before was like a dream. The five-colored divine stone was still floating in front of him. Was it really an illusion? Lin Xian was puzzled. He stood up and realized that the exhausted energy and injuries on his body had all healed. Lin Xian could not understand. He knew that the world in his body was very magical, and the five-colored divine stone was even more so. Could the two be related? After studying it for a while, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he did not bother about it anymore. Now that his injuries were healed, he wanted to continue heading deeper into the forest. Because he wanted to see how vast this forest was. On the other hand, Lu Mingyue returned and began to contact her Bright Moon organization to prepare to hunt down Lin Xian. There were only 7 days. She had to kill him within these few days. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for him to recover completely. Lu Mingyue's plan was very good, but she did not know that Lin Xian had already recovered completely. According to Lu Mingyue's original plan, Lin Xian could not have recovered so quickly. This was because this place was very strange. Warriors could only absorb energy through elixirs and subdivine crystals. It was very difficult to absorb energy from the outside world. Not to mention possessing such a magical item like the five-colored divine stone. Therefore, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to fully recover from such an intense battle. And during this period of time, it was absolutely fatal for a martial artist. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had the longevity secret and could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, he had the five-colored divine stone. This allowed him to fully recover in less than half a day. Therefore, when Lu Mingyue led her people to Lin Xian's lair, they realized that he had already left. Damn it, he actually ran away. Search, we must catch him. Lu Mingyue snorted and gave the order. On Lin Xian's side, he completely ignored the pursuit. Ling Xian, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey advanced into the depths of the primeval forest. Along the way, they were very careful, avoiding the powerful monster kings, and kept moving. Finally, they gradually approached the depths of the primeval forest. Looking into the distance, the terrifying aura in the surroundings was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding trees were also getting bigger and more luxuriant. In fact, some of the trees were as big as a mountain. They were so huge that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but Lin Xian still hadn't arrived. However, the environment here was even more spectacular than the outside. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sped up and prepared to cross the mountain range. They did the same. However, when they crossed the mountain range, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. Because the scene behind the mountain range was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that there was a vast forest behind the mountain range. However, the reality was not like that. What lay ahead was a vast expanse of white bones. Big and small, grotesquely shaped, they covered the ground. From afar, it looked like a white wave. Their surroundings were also quiet, without the slightest sound. This was because aside from Lin Xian's group of 3, there were no other living creatures in this place. What was going on? Where did the bones come from? Lin Xian was shocked. What had happened here in the past? He was simply too shocked. Previously, in the primeval forest, he had seen many corpses and bones. However, the number of corpses there could not be compared to here. In front of them was a sea of bones. It was incomparably terrifying, and one could not see the end of it. This was definitely not caused by an ordinary battle between monsters. The dark red divine dragon's expression was also solemn as it said in a deep voice, "Kid, this should be an ancient battlefield." Ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was shocked. However, the dark red divine dragon nodded heavily. That's right, an ancient battlefield. There must have been an earth-shattering battle here. But what kind of battle was it? I don't know. However, it might have something to do with the seal of the oblique moon mystic world. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the sea of bones in front of him might hide a huge secret. Although the scene ahead was terrifying, Lin Xian still decided to take a look. He carefully stepped forward and walked forward. In front of him was a vast expanse of white. Those bones had been asleep for who knew how long, and at this moment, there was still a terrifying murderous aura on them. This aura was very terrifying. Ordinary kings would not dare to go forward at all. However, Lin Xian was different. The sword chi formed by the great dragon sword soul circled around his body, completely isolating the terrifying aura. Just like that, Lin Xian walked forward. Buzz! Suddenly, the white bone on his left exploded, and a terrifying figure charged towards him. Who is it? Lin Xian's scalp went numb as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he quickly retreated. He did not expect that there would be someone here. Moreover, someone who could attack him. Could it be someone from the ancient era? Lin Xian did not know, but he did not dare to be careless. Not only that, he also saw the other party. It was a middle-aged man who looked very dignified. His body was surrounded by divine light as if he was a god of war. A terrifying fist blasted towards him. Not good. This aura is at the almighty level. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. However, he realized that he could not dodge at all. The fist was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and blasted towards him. Damn it! Lin Xian shouted coldly. In the next moment, he waved his arm and countless sword chi formed an azure dragon divine shield in front of him, blocking the shocking blow. Poof! In the next moment, the terrifying fist blasted on the azure dragon divine shield and strangely passed through it. Not only that, the fist quickly blasted towards his body. What? Lin Xian's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. This was too strange. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that when the terrifying fist collided with his body, it actually passed right through him without causing him any harm. What's going on? Lin Xian did not understand why he was not hurt. However, in the next moment, he frowned again. Behind him, the pile of white bones suddenly exploded. A white figure was like a shocking rainbow that quickly charged towards him. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She was dressed in white and held a blue killing sword in her hand. She was like a flying immortal as she quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This sword was very terrifying. It was far beyond any sword technique Lin Xian had ever seen. Therefore, in an instant, it stabbed his body. However, something strange happened again. The long sword seemed to be transparent and did not cause any damage to him at all. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Golden light shone in his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Dao patterns. Chapter 1766. At that moment, Lin Xian activated a pair of golden eyes and looked around. Soon, he was stunned because he realized that the otherworldly flying immortal behind him and the domineering middle-aged man in front of him were all illusions. They were illusions that did not exist and were long dead. What a terrifying place. It can actually make me hallucinate without me knowing. Lin Xian's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. If he did not have the heavenly secret divine eyes, he would not have been able to discover the abnormality here. One had to know that this was just too unbelievable. His soul power was extremely powerful and very few people in the younger generation could contend with it. His soul power could even contend with mighty figures. But here, he was still affected by the illusion. One could imagine that if other kings were here, they would probably collapse. As expected of the ancient battlefield, it's really terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. At that moment, the Crimson Divine Forest also transmitted a voice. Kid, be careful. The resentment here is very strong. I'm afraid even mighty figures will be affected here. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded and continued to use the heavenly secret divine eyes. The faint golden light swept around and the illusory figures were destroyed. Lin Xian stepped on countless bones as if he was climbing a mountain and walked forward. In front of him, there was a huge black sword that covered the sky and pierced the clouds. Although the sword was carved from stone, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Lin Xian faced it like an ant facing a dragon. What is this? It can emit such a terrifying aura. Lin Xian looked at the huge sword in front of him with a shocked expression. I'm not willing to accept this. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound entered Lin Xian's mind. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. A golden light bloomed in his eyes. Who is it? Get out here. It's too scary. Could it be another illusion? But that should not be the case. He had already activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Logically speaking, no illusion could fool him. But what was with the voice in his mind? After looking around, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Thus, his gaze once again locked onto the enormous black sword in front of him. I can't accept this. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lin Xian to hear such a voice in his mind. Could it be that the voice was coming from the piercing heaven divine sword? Lin Xian was shocked, and his scalp went numb. What was going on with this gigantic black sword? Who put it here? What was the point? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He couldn't figure it out. Therefore, when he asked the dark red divine dragon and He Tu, both of them shook their heads. It couldn't be helped. They might know a thing or two about the outside world. However, the Tilted Moon mysterious world had been sealed a long time ago. They had no idea what had happened here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that the huge black sword in front of him must have some kind of secret. Therefore, he walked forward and took a closer look. Perhaps he could discover something. The gigantic black sword was incomparably tall. Ancient patterns were engraved on it, and it exuded a prehistoric aura. That was all that Lin Xian could see. Upon closer inspection, the black sword was surrounded by a black mist that blocked Lin Xian's vision. Even with the heavenly secret god eyes, he couldn't see through it. Perhaps it was because it was too far away, or perhaps it was because Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes was not fully cultivated. Or perhaps it was because the gigantic sword was too mysterious. Regardless of the reason, most of the gigantic sword was shrouded in black mist, making it seem even more mysterious. Lin Xian walked forward again, wanting to take a closer look. He even wanted to feel the gigantic sword. However, he soon frowned because he realized that he couldn't rely on the gigantic sword. In the area 10 miles around the heavenly colossal sword, a terrifying spatial domain was formed, preventing anyone from entering. Furthermore, the black mist in front of him surged, forming a terrifying black space. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the countless white bones around him rose into the air and flew forward. As soon as they entered the black space, they seemed to be blasted into nothingness by a powerful force. Nothing was left behind. What a terrifying black space. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this. These white bones had existed for countless years without being destroyed. However, they were instantly blasted into nothingness by the black space in front of him. This power was simply too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly. He could only walk slowly around the edge of the black space because he wanted to see what was behind the gigantic sword. Perhaps he could discover something. Therefore, Lin Xian moved again. However, when he told him to go around the gigantic sword, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. That was because he saw a figure standing there. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As the gigantic sword was huge and surrounded by a special black domain, Lin Xian couldn't see the other side at all. But now, when he circled around, he found that there was a figure standing on the other side of the giant sword. Just like him, the figure was staring at the gigantic sword intently. However, in the next moment, the figure in front of him suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the figure didn't expect anyone to come here. Boss! In the next moment, the figure attacked. Originally, Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the figure. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. However, when the figure attacked, he immediately reacted. This was definitely not a hallucination. It was different from the previous attack. This was an extremely terrifying killing move that could take his life. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He stomped his foot and quickly moved to the side. However, at this moment, another terrifying attack appeared behind him. It was a crescent-shaped sword ray. It was extremely sharp and easily cut the void in half. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect there to be an attack behind him. It was too shocking. Therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into an afterimage on the spot and instantly dodged. Pfft! The crescent-shaped sword chi cut Lin Xian's afterimage apart and quickly disappeared. Lin Xian had already appeared on the other side. Not only that, but sword chi surrounded his body. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared straight ahead. That was because he realized that the other party was an extremely terrifying person. He had never met such a person before. In front, the figure also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 1767. The figure in front also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be able to dodge his attack. One had to know that his attack was extremely terrifying. Very few people of the same level could contend with it. Even the older generation experts couldn't escape from his hands. But now, there was someone who could easily dodge his attack. He was simply too shocked. That person was surprised, and so was Lin Xian. Because now, he could see the other party clearly. The other party was only a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had an ordinary face. However, his aura was extremely extraordinary. You're very skilled to be able to dodge my attack. It's indeed rare. The young man said calmly. Who are you? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Although the other party wasn't as dazzling as the Arcade Sage or Yi Wudao, Lin Xian instinctively knew that the other party was definitely not simple. Who are you? Before you ask your opponent, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The black-robed young man said calmly. I'm Long Xian, a rogue cultivator. Lin Xian revealed his current identity. Long Xian. A rogue cultivator. I don't think so. Could it be that you're Lin Xian, the one wanted by the Arcade Sacred Land recently? The black-robed young man revealed Lin Xian's identity. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. There was even killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be able to see through his identity so easily. It really surprised him. "Who are you?" This time, Lin Xian's voice was much colder. He had no choice. He couldn't reveal his identity now. Otherwise, it would cause an unprovoked massacre. Therefore, he couldn't allow his identity to be exposed. "Don't be nervous. Whether you're Lin Xian or not doesn't have much to do with me. I'm just guessing. Don't tell me you want to kill me," the young man said calmly. "As for who I am, when you beat me, I'll naturally tell you. Otherwise, you have no right to know my name. Only by defeating him would one be qualified to know his name." Such words were simply too arrogant. These words did not match the temperament of the black-clothed youth. However, Lin Xian felt that it was only natural, because he could feel how powerful the other party was. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other party attacked again. The black-robed young man's body emitted a dazzling light. However, Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank. That was because dozens of attacks had suddenly appeared in front of him, less than a meter away. This kind of attack speed was too terrifying. He had never seen anything like it before. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't have been able to dodge at all and would have been killed directly. Fortunately, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His entire body transformed into a stream of light as he instantly left his original location. Boom! Boom! A spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. What incredible speed! Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't noticed it the last time, but now that he was exchanging blows with his opponent, he felt that his opponent's attacks were too strange. With such a long spatial distance, his opponent was able to attack him in an instant. That was unbelievable. It was as if his opponent could ignore space. He can still dodge it. Not bad. Interesting. The black-clothed youth nodded slightly. Then, he waved his palm and the sky was filled with rays of light that instantly attacked Lin Xian again. These rays of light were initially around the black-clothed youth, but in an instant, they were near Lin Xian. They appeared from all directions and stabbed at Lin Xian's vital points. Lin Xian kept dodging, narrowly avoiding these attacks. However, his face became gloomier because he realized that this was not the way to go. That was because no matter how fast he was or where he appeared, there would always be terrifying attacks by his side. That made it impossible for him to shake off his opponent. Therefore, in the next moment, he stopped dodging and stopped moving. A sharp light quickly appeared on his body. Sky-shaking sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky and slashed in all directions. At that moment, the entire space turned into a sea of sword principles. Countless sword chi surged and roared. However, the black-clothed youth did not move at all. When the sword chi got close, the black-clothed youth waved his hand and the sword chi was inexplicably transferred to other places and fell with a loud bang. However, the black-clothed youth was not injured at all. This was... Lin Xian was astonished. Such a defensive technique was simply too bizarre. To be able to divert his sword chi so easily, one had to admit that it was extremely shocking. Space ability. Lin Xian frowned and his eyes flashed. He had experienced hundreds of battles and could naturally see his opponent's ability in an instant. However, he did not expect his opponent to be able to use space ability. That was too unbelievable. There were thousands of paths. Warriors cultivated wind, thunder, water, fire, sabers, spears, staffs, and swords. Some could even control poison gas and some could control plants. Of course, there were also people who could control space. Even time. However, the latter two types of warriors were too rare. They were almost non-existent. Lin Xian had never thought that he would encounter a monarch who could control space. No wonder his opponent was so domineering and confident. That was because there was a rumor in the world that space was king and time was supreme. In other words, all methods were futile in front of a space warrior. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the black-clothed youth smiled. That's right. I am a space warrior. Your sword qi is very sharp. This kind of sword technique is rarely seen. However, it's a pity that you have no chance of winning in front of my space territory. Retreat. Leave this place and I won't kill you. The black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. Leave this place. Lin Xian frowned and shook his head slightly. In this world, no one can order me around. No one can make me do things that I don't want to do. The black-clothed youth's face turned cold. Since that was the case, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Like water ripples, they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt that the place he was in had changed. Although the environment did not change, Lin Xian could feel that he was enveloped by his opponent's space territory. Sure enough, the space around him quickly formed a vortex as if it was going to tear his body apart. It really is the power of space. What a strange technique. Lin Xian used his power to resist the power of space. It had to be said that a space warrior was too terrifying. Just by using the power of space, he could easily tear his opponent apart. At this moment, Lin Xian also felt a great sense of danger. The terrifying power of space quickly enveloped him. Chapter 1768. The terrifying power of space quickly enveloped him. His body was about to be torn apart. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Light bloomed from his body, and the terrifying sword qi destroyed everything around him. This included the incomparably strange power of space. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian shattered like a mirror, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. As for him, he stood in the middle of the whirlpool like a demon god. Seeing this, the black-robed youth frowned. He did not expect his opponent to have such a move. He knew that his opponent's sword qi was fierce, but he did not expect it to be this fierce. It could even cut through his power of space. This was too shocking. It was not a joke to say that space was king. He had never been defeated since he was born. Even those of the older generation could not last more than a few moves against him before they were torn apart by the strange power of space. Other than the few saints from the eastern wilderness sacred grounds who could fight against him, no one else was a match for him. He did not expect this youth to be able to contend with him. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian, I will remember you. You are not bad. Although you are not a disciple of a top sect, your battle strength is already at the top of the younger generation. You are qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Gu Santong. Gu Santong. Hearing this name, Lin Xian was shocked. He asked in a deep voice, You are a disciple of the Gu family, a family of the ancients. That's right. Gu Santong nodded slightly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. No wonder his opponent was so powerful. He was a martial artist from a family of the ancients. He did not expect so many great forces to come to the Crescent Mystic world. First, there was the genius of the Yi family, the All-Cade Saint, and the All Beginnings Holy Land. Now, even the Gu family of the ancients had come. He wondered what other terrifying people were hiding in the dark. The Black Earth airship left, and the dark red dragon said, Kid, be careful. The Gu family is a very powerful family. Moreover, the Gu family has produced a great emperor. Their strength and foundation are very strong. Moreover, the Gu clan's original unique skill was the void technique. Now that this young man is a space elemental king, his void technique must be even more terrifying. Void technique. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. Although the clan of the Ancients and the Peerless Sanctuary were the most powerful forces in the Eastern Wilderness, a family that had produced a great emperor was even more terrifying and powerful. And the young man before him was the descendant of the great emperor. This was probably the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. So what if the other party was a descendant of a great emperor? He had the great dragon sword spirit and was the successor of the great dragon sword. One had to know that the first successor of the great dragon sword was also a great emperor. Therefore, he was not afraid of anyone. Come on. Let me see how strong a disciple of a remote antiquity family is. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. On the other side, Gu Santong's lips curled up. You will see. Then, he waved his hand and a bright light burst out. Hand of the Void. A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Lin Xian shone brightly. Sword sheaths circled around his body as he prepared for the upcoming battle. But soon, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he did not sense any attack. This made him extremely suspicious. Could it be that the other party was just bluffing? But in the next moment, a purple light palm suddenly appeared above his head and slammed down fiercely. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the place where Lin Xian was shattered by the purple palm. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out and swept out in all directions. The entire space was shattered. The purple light enveloped everything. Humph, it's over. On the other side, Gu Santong said in a deep voice. He was not surprised by this result. One had to know that the Gu clan's void technique was extremely powerful. No one could resist it. Moreover, he was a space element king who was proficient in space. It could be said that the void technique was even more terrifying in his hands. However, in the next moment, he frowned and his eyes flashed. Then, his body completely merged into the void. Poof! A sword light pierced from behind, piercing through the void. However, it was still one step too late. Gu Santong's body had already disappeared. When the sword god's shadow disappeared, Gu Santong's body appeared once again. His expression was serious as he looked ahead. He was no longer as casual as before. Fortunately, he was proficient in space techniques. Otherwise, that attack would have killed him. Therefore, at this moment, he looked ahead, his eyes flashing. The other party could still threaten him after withstanding such a terrifying attack. He had to admit that he was very surprised. He even suspected that the other party had not been killed. As expected, the purple energy in front of him gradually disappeared. The shattered void also quickly healed. Then, a figure appeared. Beside Lin Xian, the dragon sword territory flashed and formed a huge azure dragon divine shield, protecting his body. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. There was no warning, and it was very fast. In an instant, it had enveloped him. At this critical moment, he could only passively defend. In the end, he managed to resist the purple palm. However, the terrifying power of the palm also caused him to be injured. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm. His eyes flashed. As expected of a disciple of the Gu family. He was indeed strong. He could actually injure him in one move. He was too shocked. He had rarely been injured like this in previous battles. He did not expect the other party to injure him in the first move. The void technique combined with the space territory was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. Opposite him, Gu Santong was even more shocked because he realized that the other party was indeed injured. However, it was not a fatal injury. This made him suspect that he had fallen into an illusion. One had to know that the purple palm could easily kill a 6-star king. Even the older generation experts would not be able to survive if they were hit by it. However, the other party only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His foundation was not damaged at all. This was not what he had expected. On the other side, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword and said coldly, "You are very strong. You are worthy of my full strength." With the demonic sword in hand, the dragon sword territory flashed. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Kill! His entire body turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Gu Santong. Humph! It's useless. Gu Santong snorted. Using the void technique, his body completely merged into the void and disappeared. Puff! Lin Xian's sword stabbed empty air. However, he was not upset. Chapter 1769. Lin Xian's sword missed, but he was not upset. His expression was calm, and he was like the god of death, looking around. He knew that no matter how strong his opponent was, he could not hide in the void forever. His opponent would definitely come out. Not long after, the void on the other side rippled, and Gu Santong's figure appeared. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian used his ultimate skill, and the gale boots on his feet shone brightly, increasing his speed beyond compare. Therefore, the moment Gu Santong's body appeared, Lin Xian was already beside him. The terrifying demonic sword flashed with sword chi, and it slashed down fiercely. What? So fast! Gu Santong was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. He had just appeared, and his opponent was already here. He even suspected that his opponent was using spatial techniques. In the next moment, his figure flickered again, and he disappeared. However, the next time he appeared, he would be attacked by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster, and even his black robe was being pierced by his opponent. Gu Santong was shocked. His opponent's speed was too fast. He had never seen such speed before. It was like teleportation. He knew that this could not go on. He had to attack, or he would be in danger. Gu Santong roared, and his eyes lit up. Thereafter, a series of horrifying attacks appeared out of nowhere around Lin Xian. These attacks were too strange and too fast. This was true teleportation. Seeing that the attacks were about to engulf him, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his sword, and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void. That black hole was like an abyss beast, and it swallowed all the attacks. What? Spatial mystique. Seeing this, Gu Santong was shocked. But soon, he shook his head in denial. Although the scene just now was very similar to his spatial ability, he could clearly sense that it wasn't a spatial ability. This guy broke the void directly. Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He realized that Lin Xian had used his superior battle prowess to shatter the void and forcefully destroy all the attacks. This was too shocking. One had to know that he could do this because he was a spatial king and knew how to use space. As for the other party, he had directly shattered it with a tyrannical attitude. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. You're very strong. You're a genius of the younger generation. Gu Santong's expression was serious. But you are no match for me. Because I didn't use my full strength earlier. If I go all out, I'm afraid you won't be able to block it. So, for your safety, I advise you to leave this place. I don't want to kill anyone. Leave here. Impossible. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Cut the crap. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Gu Santong did not say anything else. In the next moment, his aura became even more terrifying, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. He was the ruler, and he could control this space. Boom! Gu Santong stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He felt that the space around him had solidified and was pressing down on him continuously, as if it was going to crush him into a bloody mist. Creak! Creak! Lin Xian's bones could not stop shaking. Open! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body spun wildly. Terrifying sword chi surged out of his body and swept in all directions. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. It was extremely sharp. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and shattered the surrounding space. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared under Lin Xian's feet and spread in all directions. It was as if this space could not withstand Lin Xian's power. What? He can still withstand it. On the opposite side, Gu Santong frowned, his expression extremely serious. His space shackle was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. There was no way for him to resist. However, his opponent was able to withstand it. Not only that, but he was also able to move. This was basically breaking his ultimate technique. Looks like I can only banish you. Gu Santong's expression was solemn as he said coldly. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Eternal banishment. Boom! The void split open and a black hole appeared, swallowing Lin Xian completely. In the next moment, the surrounding space shook rapidly like a picture scroll. Then, it was as good as new. As for Lin Xian, he disappeared. Eternal exile, this was an extremely terrifying spatial absolute art. It could throw a martial artist into an ice-cold universe. It was equivalent to being banished and could never return. Although it did not kill the opponent immediately, it was equivalent to finishing off the opponent. Because no one who was banished for eternity could ever return. Eternal banishment. Lin Xian completely disappeared from this space. On the opposite side, Gu Santong heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished off a powerful opponent. This battle was extremely intense for him. Other than the saints of the sacred grounds, he rarely encountered such a powerful opponent. Sighing in relief, Gu Santong once again looked at the giant sword in front of him. In a flash, he was about to comprehend the energy on it. However, at this moment, he frowned and stared at the space behind him. It was peaceful there, but Gu Santong's eyebrows were twitching wildly, as if something was about to happen. Boom! As expected, in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering sound. The space behind him shattered and a figure flew out quickly. Like a sharp sword, he appeared from the darkness. What? He's out. Seeing this, Gu Santong's pupils dilated in disbelief. That's right, the person who came out was Lin Xian. He flew out from the eternal banishment quickly. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely cry out in shock. Because this was too unbelievable. To know that the eternal banishment was an extremely terrifying technique. No martial artist who was banished has ever returned. But now, Lin Xian had actually broken this rule and directly killed his way back. One has to admit that this was too heaven-defying. Indeed, Gu Santong was also stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could escape from the eternal banishment. You are very strong. I cannot defeat you for now. But you cannot defeat me either. Let's call this a draw. Gu Santong said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although he could escape from the eternal banishment, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. Chapter 1770. Although Lin Xian could escape from eternal exile, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. This was because his opponent's spatial mystique was too strange. It was almost undefeatable. Unless his dragon sword soul made another breakthrough and greatly increased his battle power, he would be able to cut open the entire space and make it impossible for his opponent to hide. As for now, he was not confident of winning at all. However, it seemed like his opponent was the same. He could only threaten him, but it was impossible for him to kill him. Both of them knew this, so they did not continue fighting. Instead, they gathered together to talk. Lin Xian asked his opponent about the situation here, and his opponent asked Lin Xian about the primeval forest. Because Gu Santong had always stayed near the giant sword and rarely went out, he did not know much about the outside world. Both of them took what they needed. After chatting for a while, they realized that their personalities were quite similar, and they became friends. Was this what they meant by no discord, no concord? Gu Santong also laughed heartily. A person like Lin Xian was enough to threaten him, so it was better to be friends than enemies. Next, the two of them began to cultivate near the giant sword. According to Gu Santong, the giant sword had an extraordinary origin and had been around for a long time. During this time, he had even figured out two cultivation methods. The first was to absorb the black gas on the giant sword into the body. This could temper a martial artist's body. The second was to understand the Tao patterns on the giant sword. This could perfect one's martial mystique. With Gu Santong's reminder, Lin Xian also began to cultivate according to these two methods. As expected, after absorbing the black gas, Lin Xian could feel his body growing stronger. It was as if he had become a prized artifact, invincible. As for the Tao patterns on the giant sword, they were even more mysterious. It would take a lot of effort to understand them. In the end, even the dark red dragon came out. He also wanted to understand the Tao patterns. The two of them and the dragon cultivated silently here. As for the little white monkey, it was playing in the sea of bones around it. After more than 10 days, other figures appeared nearby. These people all had powerful auras. They were obviously experts. When these people saw this scene, they were very serious at first. But slowly, they got used to it. All of them wanted to explore the secrets of the ancient sword. After a few more days, more and more figures appeared. Some even began to set up camp near the Sea of Bones, preparing to study the sword for a long time. Lin Xian even saw some familiar faces. It seemed that most of the martial artists in the primeval forest had rushed here. Actually, it was normal. The sea outside the primeval forest was sealed, and they could not leave. Therefore, they could only explore the depths of the forest. Sooner or later, they would return to the vicinity of the giant sword. Those who arrived later naturally also saw Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked and even had looks of disbelief on their faces. Did something happen? When Lin Xian saw the shocked expressions on their faces, he grabbed one of them and questioned him. A martial artist was pulled to Lin Xian's side. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. Because he saw with his own eyes how Lin Xian killed Ouyang Feng and the other 5 experts. He had an instinctive fear of Lin Xian. But when he realized that Lin Xian was just asking about something, the martial artist heaved a sigh of relief. So, he quickly told him what he knew. It turned out that the news of Lu Mingyue leading people to hunt down Lin Xian had spread. These people thought that Lin Xian had been killed. But they did not expect that he would appear near the sword. This really shocked and surprised them. Because the Bright Moon organization that Lu Mingyue was in was a very powerful organization in the primeval forest. If they wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. So it was about this. After Lin Xian heard this, he let him go. Then, his eyes flickered. The other party really led people to hunt him down. But thinking about it, they should be crazy now. Because these days, he did not appear in the periphery of the forest. Instead, he cultivated here. How could the other party find him? However, this also made him fearful. From the looks of it, Lu Mingyue really did want to get rid of him. Just because he didn't appear on the street before didn't mean she wouldn't make a move now. Since he would have to fight sooner or later, he decided to take the initiative. Of course, he had to figure out the situation with Lu Mingyue and the others. So, his body blurred, and he flew around. Because he saw a familiar figure. Leaf Dao Denier. Yes, Leaf Dao Denier was here. He was dressed in white, and looked handsome and spirited, like a god of war. Even in a crowd, he could be seen. Brother Leaf. Lin Xian came to his side. Should I call you Brother Long or Brother Lin? Leaf Dao Denier asked with a smile. Brother Lin. You know. Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected Leaf Dao Denier to know who he was. Yes. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. After you killed Ouyang Feng's group of 6, I guessed who you were. Indeed, he hadn't suspected anything before. But not long ago, Lin Xian's battle with Ouyang Feng's group had shocked him. The battle prowess Lin Xian had displayed was far too powerful. It didn't seem like something a rogue cultivator could possess. Combined with the latest news, Leaf Dao Denier guessed that Long Xian was Lin Xian, the man wanted by the Wavering Light's sacred land. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since you've guessed who I am, are you going to make a move against me? Why would I make a move against you? Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. First, given my status, I don't need to curry favor with the Wavering Light's sacred land. Second, given my talent, I don't need to know about the Heaven's Legacy race. Therefore, I won't make a move against you. What a confident man. Lin Xian sighed in amazement. Leaf Dao Denier and Gu Santong were both geniuses of the primordial aristocratic families. They were different from ordinary cultivators. They were extremely confident in themselves. Such people were extremely powerful and terrifying. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the other party's words. That's good. I don't want to lose a friend like you. Next, the two of them went to a quiet place and set up some wine and barbecued meat. You didn't appear for the past few days. I thought you were really dealt with by those people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Leaf Dao Denier picked up a cup of spirit wine and slowly said. No. I've been in the vicinity of the heaven-reaching sword for the past few days. But given Lu Mingyue's personality, she shouldn't have given up. Sooner or later, there will be a great battle between her and me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But from the looks of it, you don't seem worried at all. Leaf Dao Denier said, I'm warning you that Lu Mingyue is extremely powerful. She's even stronger than Ouyang Feng. Chapter 1771. She really is a terrifying opponent. That's why I've decided to take the initiative. I can't be passive. Take the initiative. What are you planning to do? Leaf Dao Denier was shocked. Isn't Lu Mingyue hunting me down? She must have brought quite a few elites with her. In that case, their Bright Moon organization's base will be very weak. If I attack their base at this time, they will be very weak. Leaf Dao Denier raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lin Xian was serious this time. Indeed, at this time, the Bright Moon organization's base is very weak, but not everyone can compete with them. Are you confident? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. But I can't act rashly. Bright Moon and Yan Qing's Thornflower Alliance. And Sun Yang's Wind Follower has a very good relationship with Bright Moon. Moreover, the distance between these organizations is also very close. Leaf Dao Denier's eyes flashed. He sent people to investigate the situation, and it didn't take long for news to reach him. Yan Qing and Sun Yang had set off with Lu Mingyue as well. Humph. That woman actually brought so many experts to hunt me down. It seems she's really unscrupulous. Lin Xian sneered. In that case, there's no need for me to hold back. I'll uproot all of their organizations. Let's see if anyone dares to provoke me. Lin Xian bade farewell to Leaf Dao Denier and left to make preparations. The night was gloomy, and the atmosphere was heavy. There was even an aura of death. At night, the Sea of Bones was even more terrifying. It was like hell itself, and emanated an aura that caused one to tremble. However, no one noticed that within the Sea of Bones, there was a figure that was moving rapidly like a ghost. It was naturally Lin Xian. He was so fast that ordinary kings wouldn't be able to detect him. Before long, he left the Sea of Bones and headed for the forest. The sky was dark, and the stars twinkled. Wild beasts would occasionally appear in the forest, but Lin Xian nimbly avoided them. With his powerful soul power and Tianji divine eyes, Lin Xian was like a fish in water, moving swiftly and fiercely in the darkness. Lin Xian finally arrived at the headquarters of the Bright Moon Alliance. Then, he hugged his arms and a huge mountain peak appeared quickly. Then, it expanded rapidly like a real mountain and pressed forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the building in front of him was directly shattered. Blood flowed out from the cracks. This change directly alarmed many people. Instantly, many people rushed out. Who are you? How dare you attack the Bright Moon Alliance? Are you tired of living? These people were abnormally angry. They must be one of the top organizations in this primeval forest. Usually, no one dared to provoke them, but now, someone actually dared to attack them. This was intolerable to them. But in the next moment, when they saw Lin Xian, they were stunned. One by one, they screamed, "Damn brat, it's actually you." They naturally recognized Lin Xian because their boss, Lu Mingyue, had led countless experts into the forest to hunt him down. But they did not expect him to come to their headquarters. Thinking of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Seeing the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he snorted coldly. These people were not very strong, so he directly handed them over to the dark red divine dragon. With the devil's sword in his hand, he was like a god of slaughter as he moved swiftly through the area. He wanted to find the strongest person here and kill him directly to prevent the other party from escaping. The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. Suddenly, a huge array enveloped the area. Then, he began to attack the martial artists of these organizations. The little white monkey was in charge of robbing their treasures. Lu Mingyue and the other experts were not here, so the Bright Moon Alliance was very weak at the moment. They could not resist the counterattack of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Suddenly, screams sounded one after another. This change attracted the attention of the Windswept organization and the Thornflower organization. Soon, the two organizations sent martial artists over. When they saw the destroyed Bright Moon organization, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, the Bright Moon Alliance was destroyed by someone. Who is it? How dare he be so bold? Does he not want to live anymore? Lu Mingyue was a genius of a generation and had countless elite experts under her. She was extremely powerful. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke her. But now, her Bright Moon alliance was destroyed by someone. This was too bold. Lin Xian, on the other hand, held the killing sword in his hand as he leapt up from a mountain peak and landed on the ground, blocking these people. "You want to attack me too?" His voice was unusually cold. "What? Damn brat, it's you." When the people of the Thornflower Alliance and the Windswept Organization saw this scene, their faces turned ugly. They did not expect that it was Lin Xian who did it. This was too unbelievable. They had to spread the news and inform Yan Qing and Lu Mingyue. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Kill. Hurry up and escape. Spread the news. Angry roars rang out one after another. Then, these people moved and fled in all directions. But then, a flickering light array descended from the sky and sealed the entire space. At the same time, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price." Then, the light behind him shone and the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped everyone. The shocking sword aura was like a long river, carrying a terrifying killing aura as it swept in all directions. When all the light disappeared, everyone fell to the ground and their blood flowed like a river. This scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was untainted by even a speck of dust. His entire being was like a demon god, terrifying to the extreme. "Let's go to the Thornflower Alliance." Lin Xian did not hesitate at this moment. He quickly moved and flew toward the Thornflower Alliance. The other party had joined forces with so many people to kill him. How could he show mercy? So at this moment, he turned into a killing god. Not long after, the Thornflower Alliance was destroyed. Then, Lin Xian went to the Windswept Organization. Soon, the Windswept Organization also disappeared. Not a single person escaped. This battle naturally alarmed the other organizations. However, when they saw a tall figure like a killing god in the array, releasing shocking sword aura, they all retreated. They only dared to watch the battle from afar. They did not dare to go forward. That was because the aura was too shocking. It made them tremble. Moreover, from the other party's cultivation technique, they guessed that the person who attacked must be Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was like a taboo in their eyes. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, these people only dared to watch and did not dare to attack. Chapter 1772. The next day, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, these people sent warriors to investigate. However, the news they received made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Bright Moon Organization, Thornflower Alliance. Wind Follower Organization. The three major organizations were all uprooted overnight. Shocking, it was too shocking. These three organizations were extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, they were invincible. Usually, no one dared to provoke them. They were a colossus. But now, it had been completely destroyed in a single night. It had to be said that this was absolutely shocking news. Lin Xian annihilated the three major organizations by himself. This news swept through the entire primeval forest like a gust of wind. A day later, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the rest also knew. Then, their faces were gloomy and ferocious. They could not wait to kill their way back. Damn it! That was too despicable. These experts were driven mad. They went out to hunt down Lin Xian, but they did not expect that their base would be uprooted. This was too shameful. At the thought of this, they were furious. Go back. I must kill him. Yan Qing gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. She had underestimated him. She did not expect him to have such determination and strength. He actually dared to annihilate the alliance of the three major organizations. It seemed that he had to be eliminated this time. Otherwise, in the future, he would definitely be a huge disaster. On the other side, Sun Yang was also gritting his teeth. Other than them, the other experts also had gloomy expressions. This time, they had lost a lot of face. They had probably become the laughingstock of the entire primeval forest. He had to kill Lin Xian if he wanted to wash away this humiliation. These people were all ferocious. Their expressions were cold and murderous. They quickly rushed back into the distance. When they saw that their nest had been destroyed beyond recognition, they all roared at the sky. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. They knew that these three organizations were really angry. They were probably going to pursue Lin Xian endlessly. Although it was shocking that Lin Xian had wiped out three major organizations in one night, Lin Xian didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian. However, they knew that this was only possible when there were no elite experts around. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Moreover, no one dared to look down on Lu Mingyue and the others now because they were a top-notch organization. Very quickly, Lu Mingyue and the others found out that Lin Xian had actually appeared near the Bone Sea Divine Sword. Upon receiving this news, they immediately rushed forward with murderous intent. They had to get rid of the other party, or they wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and Sun Yang joined forces. He brought a large group of experts with him. With a murderous aura, he flew toward the heaven-reaching sword. When the surrounding martial artists heard this news, their scalps went numb. They set out as well. When the cultivators at the Bone Sea saw Lu Mingyue and the others, they exclaimed in surprise. They knew that there would be a great battle soon. Therefore, the other organizations and alliances all warned their subordinates to retreat quickly. At the very least, they had to return to a safe place and not get involved. For a time, the entire Bone Sea was filled with undercurrents. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Very soon, those people discovered Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing near the heaven-reaching sword. Sword light flashed all over his body, forming an inexplicable connection with the heaven-reaching sword in front of him. It was as if he was a sword god. This scene shocked everyone. They had long known that this heaven-reaching sword was incomparably mysterious and contained strange Tao patterns on it. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, it would absolutely bring great benefits to oneself. However, this Tao pattern was very mysterious. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it thoroughly. But looking at Lin Xian's appearance now, could it be that he had comprehended it thoroughly? Thinking of this situation, these people's scalps went numb. Moreover, those people who came to hunt him down had gloomy expressions. They knew that they had to make a move as soon as possible and absolutely could not give the other party a chance. Otherwise, if they allowed the other party's strength to increase again, they would probably all suffer a calamity. Damn thief, get over here and take care of me. You actually dare to destroy the three great alliances. Today, you will die without a doubt. Kid, if you obediently surrender without a fight, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, today, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Cold and angry roars came one after another. These voices awakened Lin Xian from his cultivation comprehension. In the next moment, he silently turned around and swept his cold eyes around. Feeling this gaze, many people trembled and their hearts turned cold. They realized that they actually did not dare to look Lin Xian in the eye. But soon, someone clamored again because they had the numbers advantage. Not only that, but there were also a few elders and powerhouses who came this time. These people also had connections with the various major factions. They were even the elders of the same sect as Lu Mingyue and the others. These people were also worried that if Lin Xian continued to grow, he would become a scourge. Therefore, they decided to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Immediately, dozens of figures charged towards Lin Xian like lightning. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian did not move at all. However, the light on his body became even more resplendent. Soon, 6 sword shadows condensed behind him. One was as red as blood, while the other was as blue as water. One was as heavy as a mountain, while the other was as hot as fire. One was as sharp as gold, while the other was as black as ink. 6 God Sword Technique. Lin Xian's eyes turned. Suddenly, the 6 sword lights behind him quickly condensed and formed 6 shining divine swords that quickly slashed down. Boom! Boom! In the dazzling light, shocking sword lights swept in all directions. 6 huge sword chi directly drowned the area in front of them. Boom! The dozens of warriors who rushed over were instantly slashed into a bloody mist. Not only that, but the terrifying sword aura also spread out in all directions. What? They were killed in an instant. That kid's sword technique has become stronger again. Damn it, run. Those sword chi are too terrifying. Furious roars could be heard one after another. Following which, countless warriors fled frantically. They could not withstand the 6 terrifying sword chis at all. Lin Xian had his hands behind his back and looked down on everyone like a demon. Damn it, he's become stronger again. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue and the others' faces were gloomy. The surrounding elders and powerhouses' eyes flickered and their hearts were filled with killing intent. Genius. Powerhouse. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Xian. However, it was because of this that they urgently wanted to eliminate Lin Xian to prevent future trouble. Sun Yang was the first to attack. He waved his hand and a few warriors beside him immediately moved. Transparent wings appeared on their backs. At this moment, they were actually flying rapidly in the air. This scene was too shocking. One had to know that in this space, flying was already restricted. Others could not fly, but now these people could fly. Chapter 1773. This scene was too shocking. One had to know that in this space, flying was already restricted. Others couldn't fly, but these people could actually fly in the air. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a technique. However, in the next moment, he sneered. The people in the sky did not dare to get close at all. They directly attacked downwards from high up in the sky. Streaks of terrifying energy blasted downwards, intending to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand and 6 terrifying sword auras surged behind him, forming a terrifying sharpness. It directly cut through all the attacks. Not only that, the sword chi almost hurt the few flying warriors in the sky. However, those warriors had wings like monsters behind their backs. At this moment, their movements were abnormally agile, and they quickly dodged the soaring sword chi. Ha! It's useless. In a situation where no one can fly, we have wings. We are invincible. In the sky, those kings dodged the attacks and sneered. Invincible. What idiots! Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can be so awesome just because you have wings? He snorted coldly, then his body swayed and he continuously stepped in the air. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly appeared in the sky. Boom! He stomped his foot and directly kicked a dancer. What? So fast. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. As for those martial artists in the sky, they turned pale with fright. They did not expect the other party to appear in front of them in an instant. What kind of technique was that? They had never heard of it before. Hurry up and fly higher. We must not let this kid attack us. These people hurriedly flapped their wings and flew higher. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt the power of laws rapidly surge towards him, forcing him to descend. Therefore, he did not continue to move forward. Instead, his body swayed and he returned to the ground. Seeing this scene, the kings in the sky heaved a sigh of relief, but Sun Yang and the others looked gloomy. The other party's speed was too shocking. This was not good news for them. Therefore, they decided to get rid of the other party as soon as possible to avoid any more complications. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did he think that flying high was enough? Watch me destroy you. With that, he stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Void Heaven Hand. Lin Xian coldly shouted, and the light on his body became even more resplendent. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, thinking that the other party was going to use some kind of ultimate technique. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Lin Xian use any attack. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can scare us with your fierce words? You're really an idiot. We are not to be trifled with. In the sky, those kings with wings sneered. As far as they were concerned, the other party was just bluffing. Wang Pang. However, in the next instant, a large purple palm appeared out of thin air above them and rapidly slapped down. Immediately, the martial artists who could fly in the sky were slapped away by the large purple hand and landed on the ground. Not only did they land, but they were also smashed into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. Under such shocking power, these people had no ability to resist at all. What? How can this be? Seeing this scene, Sun Yang's face darkened. Originally, he thought that gaining the upper hand in the sky and suppressing Lin Xian would be a very effective method. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would be able to deal a serious blow to the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would be able to break through his high-altitude suppression in just a moment. Even the martial artists he sent out were all killed. This was too unbelievable. D****, how did he do it? The appearance of that purple palm was too strange. Lu Mingyue and the others also frowned. Under normal circumstances, the martial artists in the sky would definitely be able to dodge the attack with their agility. However, this palm came so suddenly that those kings didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into pieces. If this attack appeared on them, would they be able to dodge it? These people felt a chill in their hearts. They had no confidence at all. However, the older generation figures and elders all frowned. Void Heaven Hand, that's the Gu clan's ultimate technique. D****, is this kid a disciple of the Gu family? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, what, the Gu family's divine ability? Is he from that clan of the ancients? Thinking of this, they gasped and looked at Lin Xian with numbness in their scalps. If the other party was really a disciple of the Gu family, they would be in big trouble. The Gu family was a clan of the ancients, a family that had produced a great emperor. It was extremely terrifying. That's right, this is the virtual sky hand, just like the rumors say. Kid, who are you? How can you know the Gu family's divine ability? Cold shouts came one after another. They were too shocked. They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, they might not be able to fight this battle. In fact, no one knew that this was indeed the Gu family's divine ability. However, it was Lin Xian's divine ability. This was the virtual sky hand that Lin Xian had evolved using the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, Lin Xian was very satisfied with the power of the virtual sky hand. Lin Xian did not answer the doubts of those people. He said coldly, "If you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Don't waste my time cultivating. You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant." The elders and experts shouted coldly. They had never been reprimanded like this before. Therefore, in the next moment, Lu Mingyue and the others also waved their hands. Suddenly, more than 20 figures rushed out quickly. They charged towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but an incomparable light flashed in the sky, forming a huge energy shield to prevent the purple palm from appearing out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Countless sword chi appeared behind him and turned into a huge sword screen, blocking in front of him. The attacks in the sky collided with the sword screen, causing it to shake violently. However, in the next moment, these attacks were all reflected back. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy exploded and swept in all directions. Many warriors were affected. However, at this moment, a clear voice was heard. "Everyone attack together, kill this kid." This was Lu Mingyue's shout. Sure enough, with Lu Mingyue's words, the surrounding warriors attacked more and more. As for Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others, they led their own teams and charged over quickly. In fact, some of the people of the older generation had also made their moves. Chapter 1774. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't just passively defend. Therefore, in the next moment, his figure flashed into the crowd like lightning and started killing in all directions. The dark red dragon and snow white monkey also came out to help Lin Xian. The three of them were like dragons entering the sea, extremely powerful. Wang. Lin Xian opened the dragon sword spiritual domain and quickly rushed forward. Countless sword chi swept out and instantly pierced through 5 kings. Not only that, but more than 10 people were also injured. Everyone was shocked because they realized that Lin Xian was too powerful. So many people attacking together, but they couldn't suppress him. Instead, they were suppressed by him. One had to admit that this was too shocking. Boom! 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 Countless lightning seas surged and quickly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the sky was filled with saber lights, forming a curtain of saber lights that ruthlessly slashed down. Lin Xian's figure was like lightning. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps gave him speed. He was like lightning as he rapidly shuttled through the air and dodged most of the attacks. If he couldn't dodge, he would use the Azure Dragon Divine Shield to block. Boom! However, at this moment, an Elder King seized the opportunity and quickly sent out a palm strike. The golden palm light soared into the sky and carried with it a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It ruthlessly slapped towards Lin Xian's back. This palm strike was too powerful, causing Lin Xian to frown. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it backwards. A huge spatial crack appeared behind him and swallowed that terrifying palm strike. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and the 6 sword chi behind him flew out and instantly pierced through the Elder King. Pang! 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 Blood dyed the Elder King red as his body was pierced through by the sword chi and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Even an Elder King couldn't block Lin Xian's sword. It was too terrifying. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 6 sword lights behind him quickly transformed into 6 illusory figures that accompanied him. 6 God Sword Art. At this moment, the six gods' sword art was being executed by Lin Xian to the extreme. The six paths sword body doppelgangers moved quickly and attacked continuously. With each strike, a king would fall. In a short period of time, the number of kings around Lin Xian rapidly decreased, and the blood all flowed into the ground. The horrifying white bones turned even more demonic at this moment, emitting a torrential killing aura. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and held two killing arrays in its hands. It was like an invincible god of slaughter. Originally, there were hundreds of people surrounding them, but soon, there were only about 100 people left. In an instant, more than half of them were gone. Damn it, he's too strong. Those who were still alive felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Enchanting roared angrily, he has killed so many people. He must have used up all his spiritual energy. Let's join forces and kill him quickly. Hearing this, everyone was tempted again. Indeed, Lin Xian's battle prowess was too strong, but it seemed that he had consumed even more. Therefore, they decided to give it a try. Otherwise, they would not be able to account for the deaths of so many people. You still want to fight? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered, then let's see who runs out of energy first. Lin Xian attacked again. He was not worried about running out of energy. Not to mention the large amount of energy in his hands, just the immortality chant alone made the energy in his body several times that of a king of the same level. He was almost on par with an almighty. Last but not least, he could absorb the energy around him to replenish himself. This was something that other kings and even almighties could not do. Therefore, Lin Xian's battle prowess was the same as in the outside world. It would not decrease at all. Sure enough, when more than 50 people were killed again, the remaining dozens of kings finally realized this problem. Damn it, how is this possible? His power hasn't decreased at all. Instead, he has become even stronger. Demon. He's a demon. Everyone, run. At this moment, those people finally could not take it anymore and quickly fled. As for the older generation figures in the distance, their bodies swayed, but they did not attack again. That was because the other party was too dangerous. He could kill the older generation experts with a raise of his hand. Such a person was indeed terrifying. Now that they were not confident of winning, they naturally would not attack. However, not everyone retreated. There were still some kings in the field, led by Lu Mingyue, Enchanting, Sun Yang, and the others. They would not let Lin Xian go. Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He was like a demon king, slaughtering everyone until they were utterly defeated. Therefore, for a moment, other than those who were still watching the battle, there were not many people left in the field. Of course, those who were able to stay until now were definitely experts. Boz. A huge vine turned into a green whip and lashed at Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. It was like a long green river that shone brightly. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. Then, the green vine was directly pierced through. It's you. Lin Xian turned around and stared at Enchanting. That's right, it was indeed Enchanting who attacked. He finally could not help but attack. Brat, how dare you destroy my Thornflower alliance? You deserve to die. Now, go to hell. Enchanting shouted angrily. Behind him, countless rays of light shone, forming a huge thornflower. The thornflower emitted a terrifying aura, like a peerless monster that suppressed the sky. Not only that, countless green shadows flickered around the thornflower, like a forest in the sky. It's Enchanting. He attacked. Seeing this, the surrounding kings exclaimed. They looked at the green scene in front of them and were shocked. Yan Qing is a plant-type king. He's extremely strange. I wonder if he can defeat that brat. Discussions rang out one after another as Lin Xian, who was at the front, quickly made his move. Seeing Lin Xian rushing over, Yan Qing snorted coldly and the thorn flower behind him shone brightly. At the same time, countless huge flowers formed in the sky. They were extremely beautiful, like shooting stars. The waving petals carried a sharp killing intent that could easily pierce through the void. Buzz! The petals danced in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent that swept towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian roared. His body shone brightly as he held the killing sword in his hand and rushed over. With a swing of his sword, he shattered the petals that were filled with killing intent. Not only that, but he was also extremely sharp. Every swing of his sword pierced through a thorn flower. Flower of life! Yan Qing shouted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless vines surged under the thorn flower, forming a green energy that surrounded Lin Xian. The poisonous thorns were extremely sharp, like the spears of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. Brat, it's useless no matter how strong you are. Turn into fertilizer under my thorn flower. Chapter 1775. Humph. It's just a broken flower. I'll destroy it now. Lin Xian snorted. His body shone brightly, and the demonic sword in his hand shone brightly. Buzz! He slashed out with his sword. It was as if the Milky Way had descended, cutting through the 9 heavens. Boom! The green light in front of him was slashed apart, and countless vines flew in all directions. However, the corners of Yan Qing's mouth curled into a strange smile when he saw this scene. Poof! In the next moment, the flying vines that carried poisonous thorns turned into a sky full of hidden weapons that pierced towards Lin Xian. Some of them even crashed into him. Clang! 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless rays of light burst out and covered the sky. Seeing this, Yan Qing sneered. You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think that's all I have? Just you wait. As long as you're pierced by a poisonous thorn, your blood will become my nourishment. When the time comes, I'll use your corpse to bloom into the most beautiful thorn flower. Yan Qing looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding people were also shocked. The people of the Thorn Flower Alliance even laughed. Ha 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 ha. So what if that kid is strong? He's no match for Yan Qing. Of course. No one can block the poisonous thorns of the thorn flower. Those are the legendary poisonous thorns. No one below the Almighty can fight against it. Cold laughter rang out one after another. Clearly, they believed that Lin Xian was beyond saving this time. That was because they had seen Yan Qing use this method to kill several powerful seniors more than once. Thinking about it, that kid would not be able to escape. However, in the next moment, everyone's laughter stopped. They even widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Even Yan Qing was shocked. He couldn't believe it. That was because the light in front of him had disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. However, there were no injuries on his body. The thorn flower's poisonous thorns that filled the sky were all broken. What? How is that possible? He's unharmed. Everyone was shocked. Damn it, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How did he block it? Yan Qing roared crazily. His thorn flower venomous stinger was even more powerful than an ordinary treasure aura. It could even be compared to an earth-tier treasure. However, he was completely unharmed. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Just a small trick. Do you really think you can hurt me? What an idiot. Lin Xian sneered and thrust out his sword. Puff! Then, Yanqing's body trembled as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. If it had been slightly off, it would have pierced his heart. What? So powerful. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. This was because they did not see how Yanqing was injured. They only saw Lin Xian stab out with his sword and Yanqing was injured. What kind of sword technique was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? At this moment, the surrounding experts, Lu Mingyue, and the older generation figures all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Damn it, how is this possible? Yanqing also clutched his wound. His face was pale. This sword had caused him to be severely injured. Moreover, the injury was not only on his shoulder. There was an inextinguishable sword intent near his wound that had directly damaged his body. Outsiders could not see it, but he could clearly feel it. That sword technique is too sharp. I'm afraid the sword intent contained in it cannot be erased in a short period of time. An expert analyzed. After hearing this, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. Could it be that Yanqing was seriously injured right from the start? This was too terrifying. Damn brat, how dare you injure me? Yanqing roared crazily. The thorn flower behind him shone brightly, forming a powerful vitality that poured into his body and provided him with strength. Soon, the injury on his body stopped, but his face was extremely pale. Go to hell. Yanqing roared angrily. His body shone brightly, and countless thorn flowers bloomed in the entire space. He stepped on the petals and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Behind him, the huge thorn flower was like an ancient demonic beast. It was abnormally terrifying and emitted a monstrous aura. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his long sword and continuously slashed out sharp sword qi. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Who will win? The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other. There's no need to think. It will definitely be Yanqing. Someone said coldly, Yanqing's thornflower domain is not only powerful in terms of attack, but it can also absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. What? Yanqing's thornflower domain can absorb the spiritual energy here. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They knew the rules of this space. It was very difficult for them to absorb the spiritual energy here, but they did not expect Yanqing's thornflower domain to be able to do so. At this time, an older expert also said, it's not as exaggerated as you think. It's impossible to absorb 100% of it. However, it can convert a small part of it. No matter what, it has an advantage over other kings. So, that brat is definitely dead. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. No wonder Yanqing dared to attack. It turned out that he was so terrifying. They had always thought that Lu Mingyue was the strongest, but they did not expect Yanqing to be so terrifying. At this time, Yanqing also sneered, brat, so what if your combat power is strong? You can't last long. I'm going to exhaust you to death. At the same time, Yanqing waved his hand, and petals filled the sky, forming a huge flower bush that completely enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying light burst out, wanting to completely refine Lin Xian. You want to fight a war of attrition with me? Lin Xian was stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. The last thing he was afraid of was a war of attrition. The amount of spiritual energy he had was much more than these people. Moreover, the art of longevity could absorb the spiritual energy here. How dare Yanqing fight a war of attrition with him? He really didn't know what was good for him. However, he was not in the mood to drag it out with Yanqing. In the next moment, he waved his long sword, and six-sword chi flew out from behind him. The scarlet fire sword chi bloomed, and the flames in the sky formed a sea of fire. Lin Xian raised it and slashed forward. Boom! Under this attack, the petals in the sky were burned and turned into ashes. However, Yan Qing was not angry. He knew that his opponent's combat power was strong, and he could not compete at all. So, he just kept using his ultimate move to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy. In the next moment, he waved his hand again, and a huge green giant was born from the thorny flower. It roared at the sky. Boom! The green fist blasted out, and countless tree branches rushed out quickly. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a forest. The sea of trees in the sky pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, a golden sword light sliced the entire forest into two halves. It's useless. All your moves are useless against me. Chapter 1776. Puff! The sword diagram formed by the six-sword light struck Yan Qing's body, sending him flying backward. This time, Yan Qing's injuries were even more severe. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. As for those experts, their brows were tightly furrowed, because they realized that this was different from what they had guessed. After such a long battle, Lin Xian's combat strength should have weakened, but he didn't seem to have consumed any spiritual power at all. Instead, his combat strength was getting stronger. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Yan Qing's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was filled with shock. Impossible, why hasn't your combat strength weakened? He was really stunned because he was fighting a war of attrition. Under normal circumstances, the other party's combat strength would be almost exhausted after fighting for so long. This was because there was no external energy replenishment. But now, the other party was still full of energy, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. It even far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, how much spiritual power does he have? Yan Qing's expression was ugly. One had to know that using a powerful ultimate move consumed a lot of spiritual power. However, the other party seemed to have no limit, and he quickly used one ultimate move after another. He was beaten until he couldn't fight back at all. So at this moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions and said coldly, "He's no match for me, all of you attack together. Don't waste my time." What? Attack together? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight against all the King Realm experts by himself. Wasn't this an act of suicide? Sure enough, hearing Lin Xian's words, the King Realm experts' faces darkened. One had to know that they were all genius experts. Usually, no one dared to provoke them, and they were even superior. But now, someone dared to look down on them. However, they were really unwilling to swarm up because even if they killed the other party, they would lose face. This was because this wasn't a secret battle, and there were warriors from various top forces watching the battle. Lu Mingyue also frowned and said to Sun Yang beside her, "You go and help Yan Qing." Okay. Sun Yang nodded and prepared to attack. Because his organization had also been destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he would not hesitate to kill Lin Xian as soon as he had the chance. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he arrived beside Yan Qing, fighting side by side with him. He even gave him a few healing pills. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Just you. It wasn't enough. Give me a few more. You're courting death. You're too arrogant." Sun Yang was furious. The other party actually dared to look down on him. This was simply intolerable. Brat, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Sun Yang's expression was cold. In the next moment, a pair of green wings also appeared on his back. They were as thin as a cicada's wings and were almost transparent. Whoosh! Soon, the transparent wings flapped gently, and Sun Yang rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, but when he approached Lin Xian, his body began to sway and glow. In an instant, countless clones appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. Every single one of them seemed real. Their auras were so powerful that it was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. 1,000 Phantom Kill. This was one of Sun Yang's ultimate techniques, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, in order to kill Lin Xian, he had actually used it at the first opportunity. The sky was filled with flickering phantoms. Each of them could form an attack, but only one of them was real. The real Sun Yang would hide among the phantoms and unleash a sure-kill attack. Normal King Realm cultivators couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, and they couldn't break through the countless phantoms. Brat, obediently fall into despair under my 1,000 phantom kills. A cold voice came from the void. On the other side, Enchanting also moved. He once again activated the thorn flower and attacked together with the phantoms in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying light flashed, and a fierce attack quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Boom boom boom. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and black sword chi continuously shot out, bombarding the phantoms. However, there was too much energy in the surroundings. He knew that if he couldn't find Sun Yang's real body, he wouldn't be able to break through the 1,000 phantom kill. In fact, it was very simple to break through Sun Yang's 1,000 phantom kill. He only needed to use the heavenly secret god eyes. However, before that, he needed to conceal himself. Therefore, in the next moment, the dragon sword field exploded. A bright light illuminated the entire space, and no one dared to look directly at it. At this moment, mysterious Tao patterns appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Together with a terrifying golden light, they swept in all directions. Soon, he found Sun Yang's real body. Whoosh! He became one with the sword, and like a true dragon, he quickly stabbed towards Sun Yang's real body. Puff! When the light that filled the sky disappeared, countless amounts of blood spurted out. Half of Sun Yang's body was cut open, and he was sent flying. He had received extremely serious injuries. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to break through Sun Yang's ultimate move in an instant. This was too inconceivable, because they didn't find any flaws at all. Damn it, how did this brat do it? Everyone's expression turned solemn. On the other side, Enchanting also activated the thorn flower to delay Sun Yang. He continuously channeled energy to Sun Yang, quickly healing his injuries. Lin Xian snorted. He held the demonic sword and attacked again. He wouldn't give Sun Yang a chance to recover. But at this time, a sharp light suddenly came from the left side of his body. It was like a divine demon light. It easily pierced through the void and stabbed towards him. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body when he sensed the light. This attack was too sharp, and he couldn't take it head-on. Therefore, he decisively gave up the chase and kept dodging. Buzz! The light of the god fiend flew close to Lin Xian's body, shattering the void. It turned the entire space into chaos. Chaotic light. When Lin Xian saw this, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Mingyue. That's right, the one who attacked was Lu Mingyue. That beam of chaotic light was so sharp that it posed a threat to Lin Xian. He had to admit that Lu Mingyue's strength was too strong. It was unbelievable. With Lu Mingyue's attack, Sun Yang and Enchanting had a chance to escape. The two of them quickly retreated to a safe place to heal their injuries. Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress. She looked like a fairy. In her hand, the chaotic chi rolled quickly and formed the wonton sword. The sword was 3 feet long and emitted chaotic light. A terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, even the surrounding martial artists were trembling. As for the experts, they frowned and looked solemn. In the crowd, Yi Wudao's eyes were like torches as he stared at the wonton sword. On the other side, Gu Santong, who was wearing a black robe and looked ordinary, nodded slightly. Obviously, he also recognized Lu Mingyue's strength. Chapter 1777. The sword light swung, and a terrifying chaotic light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A bone-chilling coldness spread throughout the world. Lin Xian's body tensed up as he felt a powerful threat. His opponent's sword of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. He roared and waved the demonic sword in his hand, forming a black beam of light that quickly swept forward. "It's useless. You can't block my sword of primal chaos." Lu Mingyue's voice was calm and confident. The surrounding people also nodded quickly because they had a certain understanding of the sword of primal chaos. It was the All Beginnings Holy Land's ultimate technique and was extremely terrifying. No one below the almighty level could contend against it. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't contend against the sword of primal chaos. At this moment, even Yi Wudao and Gu Santong's nerves were extremely solemn. Clang! In the next moment, the two swords collided, creating a sky-shaking sound. This sound was like metal clashing, tearing through the void and causing the surrounding mountains to explode. Many kings quickly closed their ears and retreated. Some of them who were too slow directly bled from their ears and fell to the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Just a single attack from the two of them had created such a terrifying scene. How was this a battle between two youths? Those who didn't know would think that an almighty had made a move. A terrifying light erupted as shocking energy swept out in all directions. The dazzling sword of primal chaos was suddenly covered with countless cracks and then split into 2. What? Lu Mingyue was stunned when she saw this scene, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her sword of primal chaos had been cut in half. She found it hard to believe. The surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb and their eyes widened. The sword of primal chaos was a weapon condensed from primal chaos chi and primal chaos light. It was extremely sharp. It could be said to be invincible. But now, it had been cut in half by Lin Xian. What kind of artifact is that black demonic sword? It's so terrifying that it can cut the sword of primal chaos in half. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. I'm not dreaming, am I? Shocked voices sounded one after another. It was obvious that no one could accept this reality. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as a cold smile appeared on his face. The other party actually dared to compete with him in swordsmanship. He was really courting death. With his 9 hell demon sword and the great dragon sword soul, nothing could stop him. What's more, it wasn't a real earth-rank treasure, but a sword of light condensed from a cultivation method. If he wanted to sever it, it would be very easy. Lu Mingyue coldly snorted when she saw the black demonic sword stabbing towards her once again. Primal chaos light blossomed from her body and carried her as she rapidly retreated backwards. At the same time, Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked once again. The 3 experts besieged Lin Xian, and the battle broke out in an instant. Sun Yang once again transformed into countless figures. This time, he did not confuse his opponent, but attacked directly. This was because he knew that illusions were useless now. Only by attacking would he be able to hurt his opponent. Therefore, an overwhelming number of figures charged toward Lin Fang. On the other side, Yan Qing also urged the thorn flower to unleash attacks that covered the sky. All kinds of terrifying plants filled the sky, trying to envelop Lin Xian. Lu Mingyue's expression was even colder. Balls of primal chaos light appeared on her jade-like hand, and it was extremely sharp. This time, she did not form the primal chaos sword. Instead, she waved her hand, and the terrifying primal chaos light turned into lightning and flew toward Lin Xian. Boom! The primal chaos light was extremely fast with monstrous killing intent. In an instant, it pierced toward Lin Xian's head. This scene was really too shocking. 3 great experts, each one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when they joined forces, they were even more powerful. Perhaps no one would be able to withstand it easily. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. However, it was especially at this moment that he had to remain calm. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and a terrifying dragon sword realm instantly appeared. Shocking sword light soared into the sky, turning into streaks of killing intent. He held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed out a 5-colored sword light. The long sword swept across and flattened the world. The attacks that filled the sky were sliced apart. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Buzz! However, a bolt of lightning pierced through the sword's shadows that filled the sky and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian. Primal chaos light. It was extremely terrifying. This light was too fast. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. Not only was his opponent fast, but he also grasped the timing very well. Now was the moment when he revealed a flaw. Poof! The primal chaos light brushed past his body, making a sonorous sound. Blood spurted out, and a crack appeared on Lin Xian's body. He hit him. He's injured. Seeing this scene, many people cheered because they had finally managed to injure Lin Xian after fighting for so long. Even Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others revealed a smile. As long as they could injure him, it would be easy. They believed that if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill him in 100 or 200 moves. However, in the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze, and even became very ugly. This was because they realized that their opponent was indeed injured. However, it was a light injury that could even be ignored. The primal chaos light had only cut Lin Xian's skin, and it did not hurt his bones at all. Even now, the wound was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? How is this possible? No one dared to believe it. What kind of body was that? How could it resist the primal chaos light? One had to know that even a 6-star king would probably be pierced through by that attack just now. However, Lin Xian only suffered a light injury. This was simply too unbelievable. How could they know that Lin Xian's body had been tempered by all kinds of natural treasures? Moreover, it had been tempered by the black aura on the heaven-piercing giant sword. It could be said to be extremely tough. Moreover, when facing danger earlier, Lin Xian's body was also covered with sharp sword light, so he only suffered a light injury. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. She realized that Lin Xian's strength was beyond her expectations. However, this did not change her mind. She had to kill him today. In the next moment, countless primal chaos chi surrounded her body. In one hand, she held the wonton knife, and the other, the primal chaos sword. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through heaven and earth, releasing a terrifying power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Mingyue turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly charged forward. She kept attacking, waving the wonton knife and wonton sword rapidly. Terrifying light rushed toward Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but the violent power made him constantly dodge. Not only that, but Sun Yang and Yan Qing also attacked from both sides. The three of them formed a triangle and pressured Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was in danger again. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and his body glowed. Terrifying sword light quickly circled around him. Chapter 1778. He knew that Yan Qing and Sun Yang were nothing to worry about. Lu Mingyue, who was in front of him, was the real enemy. Only by killing her could he be out of danger. Otherwise, the chaotic light was too much of a threat to him. 5-element sword. Every time Lin Xian swung the sword, a terrifying sword aura would be released. This was the 5-element sword, which was evolved from his 5 elements fist. Now that it was combined with the great dragon sword's soul, its attack power was terrifying to the extreme. 5 elements technique. You're not from the 5 elements sect at all. You can't unleash the full power of the 5 elements technique. Lu Mingyue sneered disapprovingly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. The kings in the surroundings were also shocked. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. The sword light shone and was extremely terrifying. A flaming phoenix quickly rose into the sky with the demonic sword. The terrifying flame aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What a terrifying flame aura! It was not inferior to the 5 elements technique at all. Some experts were extremely shocked. Even the faces of those from the 5 elements sect changed drastically. Damn it, how did this kid know the 5 elements technique? Where did he learn it from? The flaming sword light shocked everyone. Buzz! The flaming phoenix sword's aura was monstrous. It directly tore through the void and slashed towards Lu Mingyue. Chaos technique. Lu Mingyue's nerves were extremely solemn. She knew that this sword was very dangerous and she had to resist it with all her might. In the next moment, she waved her hand and the chaotic aura on her body quickly circulated. With a wave of her palm, thousands of chaotic lights followed and slammed forward. Boom! The two collided and directly pierced through the void. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. Even Sun Yang and Yan Qing did not dare to resist this energy. The two of them did not even dare to attack Lin Xian and quickly retreated. The surrounding kings were also shocked and kept retreating to a safe distance. The sea of bones below was extremely demonic. It flickered with light and no one even noticed that the blood on the ground was absorbed by the sea. Not only that, the energy storm created by the battle between Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian did not have much effect on the sea of bones. It was as if there was a mysterious power around the sea of bones. After one strike, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying auras pierced through the void. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Because the methods of these two people were truly too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or Lu Mingyue, both of them would be able to sweep the field. After the flaming sword, Lin Xian used the other 4 swords of the 5-element swords. Each of them was extremely terrifying and powerful. Lu Mingyue, on the other hand, was surrounded by the light of Wanton. She was like a goddess of war, extremely dazzling. However, cold sweat gradually trickled down her forehead because she realized that she was being suppressed by Lin Xian. In fact, his sword strike had even sliced apart the primal chaos light on her body. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wearing an Earth-ranked treasure armor, that sword strike would have seriously injured her. Thus, Lu Mingyue's expression was extremely gloomy. The surrounding kings were also extremely shocked. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would actually gain the upper hand in this battle. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have sufficient strength. This made everyone feel incredulous. Looming US allies were also extremely anxious. The weaker ones didn't dare to step forward at all because they couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the energy. Yan Qing and Sun Yang were also gnashing their teeth. In this situation, they were somewhat unable to help. They could only continuously interfere from the side, but many of the effects were not great. Not only that, they were almost ambushed by ordinary dark red divine dragons. However, at this moment, two old men's expressions were indeed cold, and killing intent surfaced in their eyes. At this moment, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if those people looked down on them, they were going to make a move. This was because Lin Xian gave them a feeling that he was too dangerous. If he was allowed to continue growing, it wouldn't be long before even they wouldn't be able to suppress him. At that time, in this deep forest, no one would be a match for Lin Xian. They wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, so these people were prepared to make a move. Finally, an old man made a move. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. With a wave of his palm, it was like a mountain smashing over. Immediately, the void trembled, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed at Lu Mingyue again. Then, he suddenly turned around to resist the huge palm behind him. Sword light flickered all over his body, turning into a golden sword ray that directly slashed behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden sword chi directly blasted the mountain-like palm away. Meanwhile, the old man's figure also retreated. His palm was trembling and bleeding non-stop. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. That was an elder powerhouse, but he was injured by the other party in one move. This made them extremely shocked. Was the other party's strength really that heaven-defying? Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't you even respect your elders? That's right. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Destroy your own martial arts, or else you'll end up in a terrible state. Cold shouts came one after another. Meanwhile, the injured old man's face was also ferocious. Originally, he thought that with his strength and sudden attack, he would definitely be able to catch the other party off guard. Perhaps he could seriously injure the other party. However, he did not expect that he would be injured in one move. This was unacceptable to him. You're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have a powerful treasure sword in your hand, you can do whatever you want. You're just asking for trouble. The injured old man said in a deep voice. He did not think that Lin Xian was strong, but that he had a powerful treasure sword in his hand that could injure him. In fact, many people thought so because Lin Xian's treasure sword had previously cut the Sword of Chaos in half. That was probably something that only an upper-grade treasure weapon could do. What does it have to do with you whether I'm arrogant or not? Lin Xian said coldly. However, since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What do you want? The old man sneered. Of course, I want you to apologize with your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the killing sword in his hand, he strode forward. What, you dare to kill me? Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He then snorted coldly. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know which sect I'm from? I don't need to know. Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll definitely die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You're courting death. The old man was furious. The other party was too arrogant. It was too despicable. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, I'm from the Wavering Light's sacred land. If you dare to touch me, you'll definitely die. Wavering Light's sacred land. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was because whether it was in the outside world or in the mystic world, the Wavering Light's sacred land was a huge and terrifying existence. They did not expect this old man to be from the Wavering Light's sacred land. After Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Wavering Light's sacred land. So what? Since you dared to sneak attack me, you'll have to pay the price. Shocked, everyone around was shocked. Chapter 1779. Hearing this, the elder gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're challenging the dignity of the Wavering Light's sacred land." The Wavering Light's sacred land was a peerless sacred land in the eastern wilderness. It was very ancient and terrifying, and no one dared to provoke it. But now, he dared to challenge it. This was simply too inconceivable. So what if you're from the Wavering Light's sacred land? Do you still think this is the eastern wilderness? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he raised his arm and waved a terrifying sword qi. You're courting death. The elder was furious. He endured the injuries in his body and attacked crazily. Behind him, a dazzling halo appeared. At the same time, a golden shadow condensed in his hand and blasted forward. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed forward. It was incomparably fierce. It directly slashed the golden shadow and landed on the elder's body. Poof! The elder was sent flying again. When the surrounding kings saw this, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian was too powerful. The elder was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy demon beast, staring coldly at Lin Xian. Do you really want to fall out with the Wavering Light's sacred land? Fight to the death. Killing you means falling out with the Wavering Light's sacred land. You really think highly of yourself. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Your actions are insulting the Wavering Light's sacred land. I'm just teaching you a lesson here. After saying that, his body shone with sword qi and he walked forward again. Brat, you're too arrogant. The elder's face turned ugly. Although this is not the eastern wilderness, the saint of the Wavering Light's sacred land is here. The Wavering Light Saint. Hearing this name, the surrounding kings fell silent. There was even a strong sense of fear in their eyes. This name was like a mountain that pressed down on their hearts. The Wavering Light Saint was a young genius and incomparably mysterious. When he was young, he had displayed heaven-defying talent. When he was young, he was even more dazzling. In the eastern wilderness, he was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. It was rumored that he was extremely mysterious. No one knew how strong he really was. However, even the older generation and peerless geniuses had to bow their heads in front of him. Such a character, so powerful that it made others despair, was also in the profound world at this moment. However, during this period of time, he had not shown himself, and everyone had even forgotten about his existence. However, after the old man's reminder, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Although this was not the eastern wilderness, as long as the Alcade Saint was here, the Alcade sacred ground would still be the top existence. The Alcade Saint. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He is indeed a genius. However, even he can't save you. If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Even if he comes, let him fight with me. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the Alcade Saint, he was not afraid. Seeing Lin Xian walk over again, the old man was finally afraid. His expression was filled with fear. He realized that even if he brought up the Alcade Saint's son, the other party would not let him go. He could not believe it. Brat, you're courting death. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. However, if you dare to touch me, the Alcade sacred ground will not let you go. There will be no place for you in this forest. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and was unmoved. The dragon sword's spiritual domain instantly erupted and enveloped the other party. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, turning the entire space into an extremely dangerous zone. The old man also roared crazily and destroyed his strength to the extreme. He had to save himself now, or no one would be able to save him. Sacred Light Technique. Laozi's body shone with light, forming a huge ball of light above his head. The terrifying light was like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. The two exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. After a few moves, there was a sudden violent explosion, and bright light spread in all directions. The terrifying sacred light ball was cut in half by the sword. The entire sky sank. The old man opposite him had disheveled hair and was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Because Lin Xian was too powerful, there was no way to stop him. That kind of power made him feel despair. Brat, you're causing trouble for yourself. Even if you kill me, there will be a day when the Alcade Saint will kill you. The old man issued a final threat. Lin Xian's expression was still cold. You don't know what's good for you. Then, he stabbed out with his long sword as fast as lightning. The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky, and the energy caused the surrounding kings to tremble. The old man in front of him stiffened. His pupils gradually dilated as if he couldn't believe it. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread downward. Then, his entire body was split in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that the other party had really killed someone from the Alcade sacred land. Was he not afraid of the Alcade Saint's revenge? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had killed people from the Alcade sacred land more than once. If they knew this news, what kind of expressions would they have? Lin Xian had actually killed a martial artist from the Alcade sacred land with a single sword strike. This was too shocking. This was a sign of falling out with the Alcade sacred land. Moreover, the Alcade Saint was very likely to be nearby. Perhaps he would rush over soon. However, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and attacked decisively. Brother, I have to say that you're too strong. I, old Zhang, have never admired anyone. Today, I'm the first one to admire you. Yes, brother, you're really fierce. You even dared to kill someone from the Alcade sacred land. You're too powerful. However, brother, I advise you to leave quickly. The Alcade Saint might be nearby. Perhaps he'll be here soon. You'd better leave quickly. Exclamations were heard. Obviously, these people were convinced by Lin Xian's decisiveness and strength. They were all worried about him. As for the others, such as Lu Mingyue and the others, they sneered. That's great. We couldn't take this brat down. I didn't expect him to dare to kill someone from the Alcade sacred land. This is going to be a good show. The Alcade sacred land will definitely not let him go. I think we don't need to do anything. The Alcade sacred land alone can kill this brat. Lu Mingyue and the others sneered. It doesn't matter. If he comes, we'll fight. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his battle suit was in high spirits. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with the legendary Alcade Saint to verify his martial arts today. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see the Alcade Saint, so Lin Xian was ready to leave. However, how could Lu Mingyue and the others let Lin Xian go? The next moment, the three of them attacked again. Not only that, but this time, several powerful martial artists also attacked. They all wanted to kill Lin Xian. The battle broke out again. This time, it was even more intense. Chapter 1780. A great battle broke out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space shook violently. Lin Xian was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, sword light flashed all over his body as he fought more and more valiantly. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. Up until now, Lin Xian had still not been caught. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. One had to know that the lineup sent out this time was unprecedentedly strong. No one could stand up to them. Boom! However, at that moment, the ground shook violently as if a peerless monster was about to be born. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea of bones below shook rapidly and then split open. A white bone palm like a white mountain grabbed at the sky. Pang! One of the warriors did not escape in time and was caught by the white palm, exploding into a bloody mist. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, pungent to the nose. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, regardless of whether they were spectators or those who were fighting in the field. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking below became more and more intense. Lin Xian and the others looked down and gasped. The sea of bones below split open and a huge crack appeared. A white bone creature appeared from below. It was very tall, like a mountain, surrounded by murderous aura. It was terrifying. What? There's a white bone creature here. How is this possible? Everyone's scalps went numb. They had checked before and there were no signs of life at all. But now, an undead creature had appeared. It was indeed shocking. How can this be? Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned. However, those elder-level elders cried out in alarm. Damn it, it was the white bones that absorbed the blood from the great battle before, most likely reviving it. Everyone's scalps went numb. If that was the case, they would not be able to resist at all. This sea of bones was formed from the ancient battle. It was an ancient battlefield. The white bones here were all stunning and powerful figures back in the day. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If they were revived, these people would not be able to resist. Sure enough, the terrifying white bone giant waved its hand and blasted a group of warriors into a bloody mist. Run! In the next moment, everyone fled frantically. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Even those experts no longer besieged Lin Xian. Instead, they all fled into the distance. This was because the white palm was flying towards them quickly. Lin Xian also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His body turned into a flash of lightning as he dodged continuously. He knew that this battle could not continue. Now, he had to avoid the white bone giant's attack. If he was targeted by the opponent, he would be in trouble. As Lin Xian dodged, he frowned. Because at this time, Lu Mingyue's attack. A ray of chaotic light transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Lin Xian. It seemed that Lu Mingyue really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Mingyue, 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 Mingyue. And Mingyue, Mingyue. He caught hold of the light of chaos in an instant. Then, he snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a flash of his body. Not only that, he waved his arm and sent out a sword chi. It formed a cage and trapped Lu Mingyue. She could not escape. Lu Mingyue's expression changed. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so alert as to dodge her attack. Moreover, he had created quite a lot of trouble for her. In the next moment, she attacked the sword chi cage with all her might and escaped. She stopped attacking and quickly fled into the distance. That was because the white bone creature was even more terrifying. Its eyes flickered, and white waves swept in all directions. None of the martial artists who were blasted were lucky enough to escape. Kid, don't run outside. Go near the heaven-piercing sword. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian moved and flew in the opposite direction. Sure enough, there were no attacks from the white bone creature near the heaven-piercing sword. In order to avoid being discovered, he hid in the pile of white bones at the edge. Through the gap, Lin Xian saw the scene of frantic escape in the distance. When he saw the power of the white bone creature, his eyelids twitched wildly. Such power was definitely not something they could fight against. In front of them, the white bone giant was terrifying. Not only was its body huge, but its power was also terrifying. With a gentle wave of its palm, it tore the void apart. Not only that, but there were also terrifying scenes surrounding it. There was a headless warlord, a terrifying sword master, and an 8-headed evil dragon. There was also a demon with wings on its back. These scenes were extremely terrifying, and all of them surrounded the white bone giant. Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm enveloped Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and more than a dozen Wang Zhe. No! Yan Qing roared crazily. The thorn flower behind him shone brightly. The vines in front of him turned into a green rainbow and rushed into the sky, trying to resist. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind Sun Yang's back to increase his speed. Lu Mingyue was surrounded by chaotic qi. She looked like a god of war. The other kings also roared angrily and used all their strength to escape. However, the white bone palm was too terrifying. Other than Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, Sun Yang, and the others were directly turned into a bloody mist. This scene was simply too shocking. Such a powerful king had been killed in an instant. Not only that, 2 rays of white light appeared from the huge white bone skull. They were like giant dragons that rushed in all directions. In the crowd, Gu Santong used his space mystique and disappeared into the void. On the other side, Yi Wudao's body shone brightly. He emitted a powerful aura like a god of war and quickly ran into the distance. The terrifying scene was still playing out, but Lin Xian's place was abnormally quiet. No one would have thought that he was right below the white bone. In fact, the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. Lin Xian now understood this point. He was now inside the white bone. It seemed very dangerous, but he was incomparably safe. He was not affected at all. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, the huge white bone creature gave up the chase and walked towards the Sea of Bones again. It seemed like it wanted to return to the Sea of Bones. What the fuck? Lin Xian's face darkened. If it came to the Sea of Bones, would it discover him? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If he escaped now, he would be targeted. It seemed like he could only continue to go deeper into the Sea of Bones. The dark red dragon was also out of ideas. The white bone giant in front of them was obviously an existence that surpassed the Almighty's. They could not escape at all. Therefore, they could only go down and hope that the white bone giant did not discover them. Chapter 1781. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Xian felt that the bones below were getting fewer and fewer. He was about to touch the hard ground. After moving forward for a while, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched. He and the dark red dragon's figure swayed and came to the ground. There was actually a cave below. That's right, Lin Xian broke through countless bones and earth and came to a strange cave. There were also bones here, but not many. Moreover, from the luster, they were more powerful than the ones outside. But fortunately, they had been dead for countless years and could not pose a threat to him. This is a corridor. There seems to be a cave ahead. Let's go and take a look. The dark red dragon pointed ahead and said. Lin Xian was also curious. He wanted to know where this place was, so the two of them discussed and set off again. After walking for a while, a huge stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a sentence engraved on it. It was an ancient language, but fortunately, He too could read it. I'm here. I hope I can succeed this time. It was just a short sentence. There was nothing to see. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued to walk forward. Not long after, they found another stone tablet. The enemy is too powerful. It's unimaginable. The enemy shouldn't exist in this world, but he escaped the cycle of time. I think we should use other methods. Enemy. What kind of person is able to escape the cycle of time? Seeing the second stone tablet, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were shocked. This time, they sped up and walked forward. Because they estimated that there should be a third stone tablet. After going through so many difficulties and dangers, we finally found the great dragon sword. I hope we can succeed this time. The great dragon sword, it was actually related to the great dragon sword. Seeing this, Lin Xian was excited. He did not expect that the cave under the Sea of Bones was actually related to the great dragon sword. Could it be that the owner of this cave was also the successor of the great dragon sword? But he did not know which generation it was. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian's speed was even faster this time. He even used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached the extreme. In the next moment, he saw the fourth stone tablet. However, nothing was written on the fourth stele. To be exact, it was written, but it had been erased by someone. Even the traces of the erasure were still clearly visible. What exactly happened? Did that man defeat Rian or not? What was the result? And who was it that erased the traces? Was it the owner of the dragon sword or someone else? Lin Xian frowned, extremely puzzled. Moving forward, Lin Xian refused to give up. He continued to dash forward at top speed. However, he did not find the fifth stone tablet. Instead, he saw a coffin. Beside it, there was a pit. It was unknown whether it was buried or dug out by someone. Do you want to open it? After much consideration, Lin Xian finally decided to open it. The next moment, he opened it. There was no corpse inside, nor were there any bones. Instead, there was a piece of human skin. The human skin was the size of 2 palms. It was glossy and full of divine energy. Whose coffin was it this time? Who left this human skin behind? What was his goal? Could it be that the corpse had been stolen? Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. In the next moment, he picked up the human skin. However, when he saw the reverse side, he was completely stunned. Because on the human skin, there were countless words. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He looked carefully. Could it be that it was left behind by the owner of this cave, the owner of the dragon sword? He looked carefully and then sucked in a breath of cold air. Dragon sword's secret technique. This was actually a secret technique related to the great dragon sword. It seemed that it was left behind by the owner of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was wild with joy. He now had the great dragon sword's soul and his combat strength was unparalleled. However, he only instinctively used the great dragon sword's soul and didn't have the corresponding method. Even He too didn't leave it behind for him. This was because the 4th generation of the dragon sword had died too suddenly. He only left behind some Earth stage cultivation techniques and no dragon sword secret technique. In fact, he didn't even know if the 4th generation successor of the dragon sword had the dragon sword secret technique. But now, he actually obtained a dragon sword secret technique. Even if the supreme expert wasn't suppressed, he probably wouldn't be able to contend against this white bone giant. With this dragon sword's secret technique, it was completely enough for Lin Xian to use in the entire king level. Moreover, he believed that after cultivating it, the power of his great dragon sword's soul would be even more terrifying. After searching around again, he didn't find anything else. Thus, he and the dark red divine dragon left. This time, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and changed to another direction. He carefully left. He didn't alarm the huge white bone giant. Not long after Lin Xian left, another figure landed in this cave. It was a young man. He was very handsome and even had a trace of evil aura. After he arrived at this cave, he narrowed his eyes. When he saw the first stone tablet, he also frowned. However, when he saw the second stone tablet, his eyes indeed lit up. It's him. This is actually his cave. This evil handsome young man was excited. However, as he walked further back, he frowned. This was because he also discovered that the traces had been erased. Especially when he saw that the coffin had been opened. His whole face turned gloomy. At this moment, the coffin was empty. The human skin had been taken away, so this mysterious handsome young man naturally didn't get anything. Damn it. Someone was one step ahead of me. The evil young man's eyes flashed. Who is it? Don't let me find out. Otherwise, I, Mo Tianqi, won't let you go. Mo Tianqi. This evil young man was actually Mo Tianqi. He was also the former sect master of the Pills sect. He was also the person who was hunted down by the Wavering Light's sacred land. He could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He was a peerless supreme expert. However, it was unexpected that he would come to this tilted moon mystic world. On the other side, Lin Xian naturally didn't know that after he left, Mo Tianqi had also gone to that mysterious cave. He didn't even know that Mo Tianqi was in this mystic world. Now, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already come out of the underground cave. He was still near the Bone Sea. When he came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were a mess. The mountains had collapsed and countless large areas of forest were destroyed. Obviously, they were all destroyed by the terrifying white bone giant. He carefully distanced himself, trying to find a safe place to cultivate the dragon sword's secret technique. However, at this moment, in the depths of the forest in the distance, a ray of wanton light shot straight into the sky. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the peak of the mountain. Her body shone with chaotic light, and a pair of chaotic wings appeared on her back. Her entire body emitted a powerful aura. Lu Mingyue. Chapter 1782. The other party's aura was much stronger than before. Did she make a breakthrough? That was too shocking. Unexpectedly, not only did the white bone giant fail to kill Lu Mingyue, but it also allowed her to successfully make a breakthrough. Now the other party's strength was even more terrifying and powerful. She was really a difficult opponent. No wonder Yi Wudao said that this woman was qualified to be the saintess of all beginnings. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who discovered Lu Mingyue's breakthrough. The other experts in the forest also discovered it. Then, they all looked dignified. There was no other way. Lu Mingyue was very powerful before, and now that she had made a breakthrough, her strength had increased a lot. But it was conceivable that she would become one of the most terrifying figures. Such a person was absolutely terrifying. But at that moment, a king whose body was shining with light quickly soared into the sky and attacked Lu Mingyue. This scene caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect that at this time, someone would attack Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's figure shook, and the wings of chaos unfolded. Her whole body turned into a stream of light and quickly left the mountain. She didn't fight with the other party. Presumably, she had just made a breakthrough and wanted to stabilize her realm. When the resplendent figure saw Lu Mingyue leave, he snorted coldly and did not pursue her. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void. Who is this person? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. When Lu Mingyue and the others besieged him, the other party seemed to have attacked him. But he didn't expect that the other party would attack Lu Mingyue now. I don't know. He should be a powerful king. He doesn't seem to allow experts with heaven-defying combat strength to exist. What this kind of person seeks is balance. Whoever displays the most power, he should attack that person. The dark red divine dragon analyzed. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Humph, the other party better not attack him, or he will never let that person go. The next moment, he turned and left, going to a safe place to cultivate the dragon sword's secret technique. This cultivation lasted for half a month. The dragon sword's secret technique was very mysterious and abnormally difficult to cultivate. Lin Xian cultivated for half a month and only grasped a little. However, although he had only grasped a little, he could feel that his aura was undergoing a shocking change. The great dragon sword's soul became even more skillful and nimble. It was as though a true dragon had taken up residence in his body. His terrifying strength made his entire body incomparably sharp. With my current strength, ordinary 6-star kings are no match for me at all. Those older generation experts are also no match for me. I just don't know what will happen if I encounter a true holy sun. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was infinitely powerful. After his strength had greatly increased, Lin Xian went out again. This time, he actually met Gu Santong. Gu Santong was as calm as ever, as if he was just an ordinary person. However, Lin Xian knew that this was definitely a formidable opponent. This was because he had fought with the other party before, and it was only a draw. There weren't many people who could fight him to a draw. Until now, there was only Gu Santong. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. Gu Santong naturally saw Lin Xian as well. However, when he felt the qi shi on Lin Xian, he was instantly shocked. You've broken through. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's aura to be even sharper than before. You're not simple either. You're even more mysterious than before. I can barely feel your aura. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to sense the other party's existence. This meant that the other party's void technique had become even more perfect. It was almost able to merge with the entire space. Space mystique was definitely a terrifying mystique. Coupled with the other party's void technique, it could be said to be extremely powerful. After Gu Santong learned that Lin Xian had broken through, his eyes shone brightly. Even his ordinary face was now covered with a layer of radiance. His entire person was no longer ordinary. Since you've broken through, and I've also broken through a little during this time, why don't we fight again? Last time, it was a draw. It wasn't satisfying. If this was any other time, I wouldn't mind fighting. But now, I can't. Lin Xian shook his head. That woman, Lu Mingyue, has also broken through. I think she'll attack me again. So until I defeat her, I have to maintain my peak state. I can't be ambushed. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Lu Mingyue. Hearing this, Gu Santong nodded. Indeed. That woman is incredible. Her primal chaos technique has been trained to a superb level. She's a strong opponent. If that's the case, then I won't force you. We'll fight again after you've defeated her. The radiance on Gu Santong's body quickly disappeared and entered his body. He once again became an ordinary young man. Then, he asked, "But, what do you plan to do? That woman probably won't fight alone. She has many strong people around her. From what I know, the last time the Bone Sea changed, a large number of strong cultivators died. But it also allowed many people to break through at the critical moment. Their strength increased by leaps and bounds. They're even more terrifying than those who died before. That Lu Mingyue seems to have a few strong cultivators who broke through. They're even more terrifying than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. So, although they have fewer strong cultivators now, their strength is even higher than before. There's such a thing." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He really didn't know. He had been in seclusion these days to cultivate the dragon sword secret technique. He didn't expect such a change to happen in the outside world. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had broken through. Everyone else had as well. However, he believed that with the dragon sword secret technique, his strength was definitely not something those people could imagine. But he didn't want to wait passively, so he decided to take the initiative. Just like last time when he uprooted the Bright Moon organization. He decided to do the same thing again. When Gu Santong heard about Lin Xian's decision, he was shocked. "You've decided to take the initiative?" He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. After all, Lu Mingyue had broken through and her strength had increased greatly. Moreover, she had a few strong cultivators around her. Even so, Lin Xian still decided to take the initiative. It was simply too shocking. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "There's no other way. They have too many strong cultivators. If a few of them break through, I'm afraid even I won't be able to deal with them. That's why I have to kill them before they break through. It's time to settle some debts." Hearing this, Gu Santong's eyes flashed. Then, he asked, "Do you need help? You want to help me?" Chapter 1783. After all, he was from the Gu clan and was a space elemental king. He was extremely powerful. With him around, he would be a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "I do want to help you," Gu Santong said, "however, I hope that when I'm in danger, you can help me." "What is it? Could it be that you've encountered some danger?" Lin Xian was confused. Gu Santong looked like he was in trouble. "I am in trouble. Recently, I've been feeling that someone has been observing me in the dark. There's even a chilling aura. However, I can't find out who it is." At this point, Gu Santong's expression was solemn. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. If what Gu Santong said was true, then it was too scary. Gu Santong was a space elemental king and had mastered the void technique. His perception of space was extremely powerful. If someone was hiding in the surroundings, they would not be able to escape his perception. However, he could not find the mysterious person. This meant that the other party was extremely powerful, at least more powerful than Gu Santong. If someone like this had their eyes on Gu Santong, it was no wonder that even a disciple of a clan of the ancients would have a headache. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "No matter what the danger is, if you help me this time, I will definitely help you the next time you're in danger." Firstly, Lin Xian had decided to take the initiative. With Gu Santong's help, his chances of winning would be higher. Secondly, he already saw Gu Santong as a friend. If a friend was in trouble, he would naturally help. "All right. Then this time, I'll go with you." Hearing this, Gu Santong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not know what the danger was, with Lin Xian's help, no matter how dangerous it was, he would definitely be able to get through it. Next, the two of them began to plan to uproot Lu Mingyue's faction. However, before that, there was one more person to deal with. That was Xiao Tianxia. This woman had a vicious heart and was good at seduction. She had a few giants under her control. She was a threat that was no weaker than Lu Mingyue. Lin Xian would not allow such a threat to exist. Therefore, he decided to take Xiao Tianxia out as well. At night, darkness fell. This time, Lin Xian was on the move again. He, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon turned into 3 streaks of light and headed towards the Valley of the Giants. Last time, the Valley of the Giants had been destroyed by the battle between the 3 beasts. But now, the valley was once again built by a few giants. It was surrounded by 3 huge mountain peaks, forming an impenetrable fortress. Normal kings would not be able to break through, but something like this was not a problem for Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. A smile appeared on his calm face. In the next moment, the surrounding space began to vibrate rapidly. Like waves, the vibrations spread rapidly in all directions. Wang! Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon felt the space around them distort violently. Then, the space enveloped their bodies. In the next moment, just like Gu Santong, they completely merged into the void. Void technique. Lin Xian felt the changes in his surroundings and was shocked. As expected of a clan that had produced a great emperor. This secret technique was too powerful and too strange. They could actually hide in the void and directly bypass the impenetrable mountain peaks to enter the Valley of the Giants. After entering the valley, Gu Santong immediately used the space domain. Instantly, the entire valley was enveloped. The void vibrated and darkness fell. The terrifying space domain released boundless power and imprisoned all the warriors. Even the giants' movements became stiff for a moment. Lin Xian also released the dragon sword domain at the same time. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky. Dazzling sword qi quickly slashed downwards. It was like a harvester, mercilessly reaping the lives of the kings below. He did not feel any pity because these people had tried to kill him before. He was only returning for revenge. Puff puff puff. The entire process was very fast. The warriors did not even have the chance to resist before they were killed. There were even 2 giants whose bodies were pierced by the terrifying sword qi. However, they were abnormally strong. Their vitality surpassed that of a king. So even though they were heavily injured, these giants struggled madly. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He scanned the area below and did not find Xiao Tianxia. With a cold snort, he used the dragon catcher hand. His terrifying palms turned into 2 green dragons that quickly probed downwards. He caught one of the kings. Where is Xiao Tianxia? Lin Xian asked coldly. If I tell you, can you spare my life? The king trembled, his eyes filled with fear. If what you say is true, I can spare your life. Hearing this, the king quickly said, Xiao Tianxia has not returned since the Bone Sea's shocking change. He seems to have given up on the Valley of the Giants. He hasn't returned. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Xiao Tianxia was a cautious person. He knew that the Valley of the Giants was not safe and simply left in advance. Now he did not know where he was. It seemed that he could not kill him this time. You can leave now. Lin Xian waved his arm and threw the person out of the Valley of the Giants. He did not kill him because in his eyes, he was not worth mentioning. The next moment, he sent a voice transmission to Gu Santong and the dark red dragon, telling them to leave quickly. The 3 of them turned into 3 streaks of lightning and left the Valley of the Giants in an instant. They flew towards the Bright Moon organization. As soon as Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon left the Valley of the Giants, an angry roar came from behind them. Without the restraints of space, the giants roared and were extremely terrifying. They ran out of the Valley of the Giants like crazy, wanting to kill Lin Xian and Gu Santong. At the same time, an angry roar came from afar, accompanied by terrifying energy waves. What's going on? Lin Xian and Gu Santong were shocked. The giants behind them were angry for a reason. They were chasing after them. But why were there such terrifying energy waves in the distance? Is someone fighting? Not long after, light shot into the sky and waves rolled. It was obvious that someone was fighting. And it seemed that it was not just one or two people fighting. As Gu Santong flew, he felt the changes in space. Then his expression became very serious. Someone is fighting. Like us. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Yes, like us. Someone is attacking other organizations. Gu Santong continued, and it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before. Chapter 1784. Moreover, it's not just one organization. I'm afraid that tonight will be the same as before. At that time, many people will die, Gu Santong said in a low voice. How can this be? Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that someone would start a fight at this time. I think that after the shocking change in the Bone Sea, many people broke through. Therefore, the original balance has been broken. There must be people who are dissatisfied with the current benefits and want to redistribute. As expected, they're all a bunch of greedy people. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. This is even better. It's suitable for our operation. Originally, he was thinking that if he attacked the Bright Moon organization, there might be other organizations helping him. However, it seemed that this worry could be completely discarded. Because now, every organization would be busy with their own affairs and would attract other people's attacks. Buzz! Light shot into the sky in front of them. Countless golden lights surrounded them and lit up half the sky. A terrifying aura filled the sky. What a powerful energy wave! Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Santong's expression was extremely serious. The wavering light sage has made his move. It seems that he's one of the masterminds behind this. The wavering light sage. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard that the wavering light sage was extremely terrifying, but he had never seen him in action. Now that he felt this aura, he knew that the rumors were true. The wavering light sage was extremely powerful. Just this aura alone was enough to shock people. He had to take it seriously because there was a lot of hatred between him and the wavering light's sacred land. One day, there would be a battle between them. However, no matter how strong the other party was, he would not be afraid. With his strength and potential, he would definitely not lose to the other party. The two of them sprinted all the way and finally arrived near the Bright Moon organization. However, Lin Xian frowned because an earth-shattering battle had already happened in the Bright Moon organization. The surrounding buildings and forests were all destroyed. I wonder who attacked the Bright Moon organization. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he scanned the surroundings. He did not find any trace of Lu Mingyue. However, there were still a few king-level figures in front of them, but they were all heavily injured and were concealing their auras. Seeing these people, Gu Santong said in a low voice. Some of these people were the kings who had successfully broken through a few days ago and had greatly increased their strength. Who would have thought that they would suffer such heavy injuries? Most likely, they would not be able to survive. To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill these people if they worked together. Now, however, they were all heavily injured and on the verge of death. One could well imagine how terrifying the person who did this was. Those people looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One of them shouted with difficulty, "The Alcade Sage, he actually attacked us." Before he could finish his words, the king's neck tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. It was actually the Yaoguang saint who did it. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not expect that such a terrifying figure would actually make a move against the Bright Moon organization. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't all that surprising. Although Lu Mingyue had been strong, she probably hadn't been a match for the likes of the Alcade Holy Sun and Leaf Dao Denier. However, this time, Lu Mingyue had broken through again, which probably threatened the Alcade Holy Sun's position and interests. Therefore, the Alcade Holy Sun took the opportunity to eliminate Lu Mingyue and the Bright Moon organization to ensure his superior position in the forest. It was truly a merciless battle. Lin Xian had originally come for revenge, but he didn't expect to be involved in this battle for fame and benefits. Not long after Lin Xian and Gu Santong left, they encountered a chaotic battle. Dozens of kings were fighting in front of them, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Blood flowed, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. When they saw Lin Xian and Gu Santong, they actually rushed over without caring about anything else. Whoosh! 7 powerful kings rushed towards Lin Xian and Gu Santong like the wind. Those people's bodies shone brightly, emitting demonic clouds that rolled over. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Humph! Gu Santong snorted coldly. How dare the other party attack them? They were courting death. In the next moment, the space territory appeared and locked the 7 people in place like a cage. "Brother Lin, do it now!" he shouted anxiously. Even he couldn't hold on for long against 7 kings at once. But it didn't matter. To Lin Xian, a moment was enough. He waved his long sword, which turned into 7 rainbows that pierced through the 7 kings. What? Seeing this, the people watching from afar were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian and Gu Santong as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. He killed 7 kings in an instant. This kind of strength is unbelievable. At this moment, those people stopped fighting each other and stared at Lin Xian and the others. After a while, they seemed to recognize the 2 people and then ran in all directions like crazy. They had no choice. The 2 people's techniques were too powerful, and the scene just now had really shocked them. These people didn't dare to attack Lin Xian at all. Seeing those people running away, Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued on his way with Gu Santong and the dark red dragon. It didn't take long for another intense energy fluctuation to appear before them. Along with it was a terrifying and monstrous chaotic energy. The terrifying aura caused the entire space to tremble. It's chaotic aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, which shone brightly. Those who possessed chaotic aura were definitely from the All Beginnings Holy Land. And looking at the might of this chaotic aura, only Lu Mingyue could release it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but increase his speed. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw more than 10 people fighting in front of him. He instantly found Lu Mingyue's figure. It was indeed Lu Mingyue's people fighting with other kings. Apart from Lu Mingyue, there were 3 extremely terrifying kings beside her. Each of them had a powerful aura and were even stronger than Yan Qing and Sun Yang. Presumably, these were the kings whose strength had greatly increased. The ones fighting with Lu Mingyue and the others were also a group, and their strength wasn't weak either. One of them was a burly man with a tall stature and a powerful aura. His hands split open the sky, and with a stomp of his feet, terrifying cracks spread for thousands of miles. His strength was even more terrifying than Ouyang Feng's. Not only that, but when he opened and closed his palms, a huge golden condor rapidly appeared. Accompanying it was an extremely ferocious aura. Divine Condor Palm. With a palm strike, the huge golden condor swooped down and clawed at the void. Its golden wings were like two heavenly blades that instantly cut open the bodies of the two kings. When this huge golden condor appeared, even the three experts behind Lu Mingyue retreated continuously. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Lu Mingyue snorted lightly, and the chaotic aura on her body flickered rapidly. Chapter 1785. Boom! In the next moment, the divine eagle was already above Lu Mingyue. With a terrifying aura, it rushed down quickly. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the blink of an eye, the divine eagle was close to Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's body remained motionless like a pine tree. However, the chaotic aura on her body was spreading rapidly. As a result, the void around her instantly turned into a state of chaos. The divine eagle landed in the chaos and slowed down. It was as if it had entered a swamp. Roar! The divine eagle kept struggling. Its body glowed with a terrifying aura. However, it could not break free from the chaotic aura. The corners of Lu Mingyue's lips curled up slightly. She lifted her jade-like hand and pointed out gently. Then, a terrifying chaotic light instantly pierced through the divine condor's shadow like lightning. Pfft! The burly man in front of her trembled and spat out blood. His ultimate move was broken and he was severely injured. In the next moment, his bell-like eyes stared at Lu Mingyue in horror. Because this woman was really too terrifying. She actually broke his ultimate move with just a raise of her hand. Just how powerful was she? He did not dare to imagine. Therefore, he did not dare to stay any longer. His body flashed and he quickly escaped with the check beside him. You want to leave? Lu Mingyue snorted and was about to give chase. However, in the next moment, she stopped. She frowned and looked to the right. Who is it? Come out. She realized that someone was spying on her. Moreover, this spying was very discreet. If she did not have a rare treasure on her, she would not have realized that someone was spying on her. You can see us. There was no one in the void. However, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was filled with surprise. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and Gu Santong. Gu Santong was shocked. He was surprised that Lu Mingyue could detect his presence. Lin Xian was also shocked. Based on the situation just now, Lu Mingyue's strength was too terrifying. Moreover, she could detect their presence. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. What? It's you. Lu Mingyue was also shocked. She knew that someone was spying on her, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. What made her even more nervous was that there was a young man standing beside Lin Xian. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura he emitted was simply too terrifying. Judging from the other party's aura, the spatial concealment earlier could very well be the other party's doing. This was too shocking. She didn't even know when the other party had arrived. If not for the necklace she had obtained from the ancient era's remnant, she would not have been able to discover the other party's presence. However, even with the ancient necklace, she could not accurately capture the other party. She could only sense that there were people around her. In the next moment, she stared at Gu Santong and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Gu Santong. Gu Santong said in a low voice, "You being able to discover my presence is indeed surprising. Could it be that you have some kind of treasure in your hands?" He was indeed very shocked, because even a powerful being might not be able to discover it. Since the other party was able to detect it, it meant that the other party definitely had a treasure in his possession. Gu Santong. Below, Lu Mingyue frowned when she heard the name. Although she had never heard of the other party, his surname was Gu, so she had to take him seriously. This was because the other party was very likely to be from a clan of the ancients. I don't know what price this brat offered you to help him, but I can pay you double. Just don't attack. Lu Mingyue looked at Gu Santong and said quickly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered, even now, you still want to poach me? You really know how to play. How dare you? Brat, surrender obediently. How dare you chase after me? You really don't know what's good for you. Behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers sneered. They stared at Lin Xian, their killing intent surging. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took a step forward. Instantly, the entire space began to tremble. Sword ripples appeared beneath his feet like ocean waves, causing the entire space to tremble. Accompanying them was a monstrous aura of the slaughter sword principle, shocking everyone. Boom boom. Behind Lu Mingyue, the three powerful challengers kept retreating. Their faces were filled with shock because at that moment, they even felt like they were on the verge of death. Their opponent's sword chi was too powerful, and they could not block it at all. At that moment, the three of them looked at Lin Xian in shock. Who was this person? Just one step from him was enough to make them tremble in fear. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. She waved her hand, and the chaos chi appeared, blocking the shocking killing intent. Only then did the three challengers behind her let out a sigh of relief. No wonder you dared to chase after me. It turns out that your strength has increased as well. Lu Mingyue stared at Lin Xian, her eyes flashing. I have to say, you are indeed surprising. In such a short period of time, your strength has increased so significantly. It seems that you have encountered some kind of opportunity. Unfortunately, during this period of time, not only have you improved, but I have as well. Now, you are no match for me at all. Lu Mingyue displayed a strong sense of confidence. Cut the crap. Today, I will kill you with my sword. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword. Boom! A great battle broke out. As soon as Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian exchanged blows, they displayed their powerful strength. Immediately, the entire void shook violently. At the same time, a terrifying space domain enveloped Lu Mingyue and the others. Wang! Their bodies stiffened, and they felt a strange power binding their bodies. D***it. Open! The three challengers roared crazily, and their bodies shone with light, resisting the space domain. However, it was difficult for them to move, as if they had entered a swamp. Chaos chi surged on Lu Mingyue's body, providing her with strong strength, allowing her to move. Although it was slow, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Gu Santong was his companion, so he was not affected at all in this space. His body was like lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of Lu Mingyue, and the 9 Darkness demonic sword slashed forward. Clang! Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank. She wanted to retreat, but her speed was too slow, and she could not escape from the sword light. Therefore, at the critical moment, a blue shield appeared in her hand, and it instantly enlarged, blocking the shocking sword. The void shook, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. Using this opportunity, Lu Mingyue quickly retreated, and pulled away from Lin Xian. You can actually block it. Looks like you have a lot of treasures. Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 1786. You managed to block it. Looks like you have a lot of treasures. Lin Xian smirked. But I don't know if you can block the next attack. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward again. Gu Santong waved his hand and used the space territory again, trying to imprison Lu Mingyue. However, at this moment, a bright light turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Gu Santong. The light was too shocking. It was like a wild current, so fast that the whole place shook violently. Gu Santong was also shocked. He did not expect someone else to attack. Seeing this, his body swayed and completely merged into the void. Whoosh! The bright light pierced through the void and did not hit Gu Santong. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it stopped in mid-air, as if waiting. Sure enough, when Gu Santong appeared, the light chased after him again. It followed him like a shadow and would not stop until he was dead. Gu Santong dodged a few times, but he could not make the light disappear. He realized that the opponents seemed to have locked onto him. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. An expert. He immediately determined that the attacker was extremely powerful. He looked around, searching for the figure. It looked like the attack was not from Lu Mingyue. The three kings behind her could not possibly have such strength. There must be an expert hiding nearby. In the sky, the terrifying arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after Gu Santong. Whenever Gu Santong appeared, he would be attacked. In the end, Gu Santong could only use the eternal banishment to banish the terrifying arrow. Only then did he reveal himself. Wind-chasing arrow. You are from the Wind tribe. Gu Santong's voice was serious. Wind tribe. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue and the three kings behind her were also shocked. This was also an extremely powerful tribe in the eastern wilderness. Although they had never produced a great emperor, their strength and resources were not inferior to the exceptional sanctuary. They did not expect a disciple of the Wind tribe to appear this time. Sure enough, a young man walked out from the forest in front of them. He was dressed in green and held a large green bough in his hand. His aura was extremely fierce. The light from before must have been released by him. Brother Feng, you really came. Lu Mingyue smiled when she saw this scene. With Feng Jiu's help to contain Lin Xian, she could definitely bring people to kill Lin Xian. Gu Santong said in a low voice, Brother Lin, be careful. The Wind Clan disciple in front is a little difficult to deal with. I can hold him back, but I'm afraid I won't be able to trap Lu Mingyue. However, leave the three kings behind her to me. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid of fighting Lu Mingyue alone. Plus, he wanted to see just how strong this heaven's favored daughter was. In the next moment, Gu Santong used his space domain and swept the three kings beside Feng Jiu and Lu Mingyue into his domain. Only Lu Mingyue and Lin Xian were left in the arena. Humph, despicable brat. Don't think you have any chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to fight back. Lu Mingyue's voice was cold as she stared at Lin Xian. The chaotic light on her body kept flashing, turning into a sharp light. Is that so? You can say that after you win. Lin Xian snorted and threw out a punch. The black fist rapidly enlarged. It was like a black mountain peak as it blasted forward at high speed. Terrifying energy filled the entire space, and countless small cracks even appeared in the void. Block it! Lu Mingyue also shouted as the chaotic qi around her body started to spin rapidly. The terrifying energy rushed out as if a god had been resurrected. It was extremely powerful. Streaks of chaotic light flew out and slashed at the black fist in front of her. The light flashed and was extremely sharp. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision, and sparks flew everywhere. The two were evenly matched. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some strength. Lu Mingyue snorted. but your strength is not enough." As she spoke, her hands danced and gathered above her head. Suddenly, the chaotic chi in the sky kept rolling and formed a chaotic treasure bottle. Boom! The chaotic treasure bottle was raised high above Lu Mingyue's head and emitted a mysterious aura. In the next moment, streaks of bright light surged out from the wonton treasure bottle. They were like waves that swept towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void shook violently as if it could not withstand such power. The wonton waves were too terrifying. They were like the Milky Way as they streaked across the sky and attacked Lin Xian fiercely. Buzz! Lin Xian felt the energy and his expression turned serious. He did not dare to be careless. He waved the demon sword, and a black sword chi swept out like a demon star. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to slash the chaotic wave with his sword. The two collided in the air, and a bright light burst out. The energy storm swept out and alarmed everyone nearby. There were many kings fighting in this area, but when they felt the energy, everyone stopped fighting. They quickly looked over. Many of them even moved, wanting to see who was fighting. That was because the energy was too terrifying. Soon, they realized that they were wrong. Many people ran away crazily, not daring to go and watch the battle. They could only hide behind the mountains and watch from afar. That was because as soon as they got close, a few kings were sent flying by the terrifying energy and were severely injured. The scene was too terrifying, so no one dared to get close. At the center of the energy vortex, two figures were constantly flashing about, quickly resisting this energy. Among them, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His eyes shone brightly, and the terrifying sword chi on his body swept out, shattering all the energy waves. Not only that, but black flames also quickly condensed on his body and jumped. He was like a god of death, extremely fierce. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, ruling over the world. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue's body was wrapped in chaotic chi, making her look like an immortal. She was extremely ethereal and contained a powerful killing intent. Her expression was extremely serious, and she no longer had the mockery from before. That was because after two exchanges, she could clearly feel that her opponent was indeed very powerful. It was beyond her expectations. "Kid, you've surprised me. You're worthy of my full strength." Lu Mingyue's voice was ethereal but incomparably cold. "I don't care what tricks you have. Just bring it on." Lin Xian shouted loudly. His voice was earth-shattering, and the terrifying energy turned into a thunderous sound that rolled out. Buzz! Not only was the sound sharp, but it also contained a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely strange. Lu Mingyue kept retreating, trying to dodge. At the same time, a blue necklace on her body bloomed with light, forming a blue ripple that turned into a blue barrier in front of her. Chapter 1787. Blocked it. You really have a treasure. Lin Xian coldly snorted. When Lu Mingyue had discovered Gu Santong, he had already guessed that she had a treasure on her. Now, it seemed that his guess was correct. After dodging the terrifying soul attack, Lu Mingyue's figure fluttered like a deity as she rapidly pulled apart the distance between them. At the same time, two resplendent balls of light appeared in her hands. They formed a terrifying energy that rushed forward and engaged in an intense battle with Lin Xian. The battle between the two was very intense and extremely dangerous. Every move could kill a 6-star king. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. For a time, the entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent. No one dared to approach. Lu Mingyue's body swayed as energy surged from her body. She was indeed very powerful. The All-Beginnings Holy Ground was an extremely terrifying holy ground. As a genius disciple, Lu Mingyue was even more powerful. She had practiced the primal chaos technique to a superb level. It could be said that there were very few people in the younger generation who could contend against this terrifying primal chaos technique. However, what shocked Lu Mingyue was that her opponent was actually able to contend against it. Just how powerful was her opponent? He was actually able to contend against all of her attacks. Moreover, even now, Lu Mingyue still didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, those swift and fierce attacks made her feel extremely apprehensive. Indeed, although Lin Xian didn't belong to any sect, he possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could simulate everything. This made Lin Xian not only powerful, but he also had many moves. Therefore, even though Lu Mingyue was a genius disciple of the All-Beginnings Holy Ground, she couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Primal Chaos Technique. Lu Mingyue laughed as her body blossomed with light. This Primal Chaos Technique was one of the All-Beginnings Holy Ground's ultimate techniques. It had the power to split apart heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to contend against this terrifying secret technique. He waved his sword. Immediately, numerous terrifying figures appeared on the sword's edge and filled the sky. Boundless light surged forward. Boom! Primal Chaos Sword. Lu Mingyue shouted. Primal Chaos Swords appeared in her hand and pierced through the void. All of the demonic beasts in front of him were pierced through. Not only that, but those terrifying sword lights also stabbed viciously towards Lin Xian. Whing! Lin Xian sneered. He waved his long sword, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Suddenly, the wonton swords that filled the sky were all cut apart. Not only that, Lin Xian's demonic sword continued to enlarge. Like a huge black mountain, it shrouded the front, wanting to suppress Lu Mingyue. Above his left hand, endless flames soared into the sky, and terrifying black flames surged out. It turned into a black phoenix and circled around his finger. Boom! Boom! The great battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energies bombarded each other continuously. At this moment, no matter how strong Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue were, under the constant bombardment of this energy, they suffered quite a few injuries. Both of them were bleeding profusely. However, no one retreated, because retreating meant failure. They attacked as if they had gone mad. Every move was terrifying beyond compare. Everywhere they passed, the ground sank, mountains collapsed, and forests were quickly turned into ashes. This battle had alarmed all the kings. However, all the warriors who were not fighting had seen this scene. Then, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to go near. Whing! At this moment, Lu Mingyue waved her arm, and a round beast skin quickly appeared above her, and it kept enlarging. It was the skin of a demonic beast. She did not know what species it was, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the demonic runes carved on the beast's skin were abnormally terrifying. The beast's skin kept enlarging, covering the entire sky, and the demonic aura that hung down swept towards Lin Xian. It wanted to refine him. This was a terrifying beast skin that Lu Mingyue had found in an ancient ruin. This was an ancient demonic beast, and a terrifying demon king. When it was alive, it had already reached the almighty level. Although it was dead, the terrifying power on its skin was not something that ordinary kings could resist. In an instant, the entire space was sealed, and Lin Xian was in danger. Although it was dangerous, Lin Xian did not panic at all. He flipped his left hand, and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in his palm, floating up and down. Wang! Shaking the 1,000-beast cauldron, Lin Xian shot out rays of terrifying black light into the sky, resisting the demonic aura. Although it was a beast skin, it was still taken from a demonic beast, and the 1,000-beast cauldron had a strong restraining effect on demonic beasts. Indeed, it did not take long for the demonic aura to be neutralized by the 1,000-beast cauldron. Not only that, but the black light emitted by the 1,000-beast cauldron also hit the terrifying beast skin. Suddenly, the ancient beast skin shrunk rapidly, and even a charred area appeared on it. "Humph, show me what you have," Lin Xian said coldly. "Damn it." Lu Mingyue's face darkened. She did not expect Lin Xian to be able to neutralize her attack so easily. Especially that small black cauldron, it made her feel a sense of trepidation. "Damn brat, don't be so smug. You've only neutralized one of my attacks." "Is that so? How many attacks do you have?" "Come on, I'll take them all." Lin Xian laughed coldly, and then he waved his fist. An extremely violent force surged out from his body. World-destroying Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, a black aura filled the air, and a strong wind blew. The terrifying shadow of a black dragon appeared on Lin Xian's fist, suppressing the void and roaring in the world. Lin Xian's fists were too terrifying, as if they could destroy everything and suppress everything in the world. Bang! Lu Mingyue was sent flying by the punch, and she vomited blood. Her blue dress was dyed red. The violent punch made Lu Mingyue's face turn ugly, and she quickly retreated. The chaotic aura appeared on her body, healing her injuries. At the same time, she took out 2 red pills and swallowed them quickly. That punch had caused Lu Mingyue to be severely injured, and she had to recover quickly. Not only that, but she was also shocked. Lin Xian's punch was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Even she did not dare to take it head-on. It could be said that this was the most dangerous battle that Lu Mingyue had ever encountered. No matter how strong her previous opponents were, she could easily neutralize them. But now, Lin Xian was too dangerous for her. Even if she used all her strength, she might not be able to suppress Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. Although he was also hit by the chaotic aura and chaotic light, causing many wounds to appear on his body, and blood had even dyed his body red. However, his eyes were incomparably bright. Chapter 1788. Moreover, his combat strength was constantly increasing as if there was no limit. The dragon sword realm flew out and merged with the 9 darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely powerful and Lu Mingyue could not resist it at all. She could only spit out blood and fly out again. This was after Lu Mingyue had used 7 or 8 defensive barriers at the critical moment. Otherwise, if she had been hit by this sword, she would have been cut in half. "Impossible, I don't believe it." Lu Mingyue's face was pale as she gritted her teeth. The chaotic aura on her body was even more dazzling and a terrifying Earth-class treasure appeared in her hand. However, not long after, she was sent flying again and her injuries were even more serious. She could not believe it at all. Because with her current combat strength, other than the wavering light's sacred ground and Yi Wudao, no one else could suppress her. However, this young man in front of her was able to injure her severely. This was too shocking. "Kid, just you wait. This is not over." She knew that she had lost to him this time. However, she was not satisfied and wanted to leave. She wanted to wait for her cultivation to increase before fighting with him again. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian snorted. "You think you can leave?" Seeing that Lu Mingyue was trying to escape, Lin Xian snorted and attacked decisively. This was such a good opportunity. How could he let her escape? The dragon sword realm quickly surged out and countless sword chi flew forward. Boom! Lu Mingyue was instantly enveloped. The sword chi also changed and formed a sword chi cage, trapping Lu Mingyue completely. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian came to Lu Mingyue's side. At the same time, the battle on the other side had also ended. Lu Mingyue's 3 kings fell from the void and their bodies were pierced. As for the young man from the Wind tribe, his body flashed and he fled into the distance. The void rippled and Gu Santong flew towards Lin Xian. He looked extremely calm. It seemed that the previous battle was easy for him. Humph! Kill me if you can. Lu Mingyue was caught by the other party and said through gritted teeth. You think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and pointed his sword at the other party's heart. But then, his lips curled into a cold smile. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman like you? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Lu Mingyue's eyes were filled with fear. She asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, if you dare to mess around, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Become a ghost? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian raised his hand and shot out several rays of sharp sword chi into his opponent's body. I'm lacking a maid. You can be my maid. Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, he blew away the sword chi. He wasn't afraid of his opponent running away. He had placed a powerful seal in his opponent's body. This kind of seal was something he learned from the dragon sword's secret art. Its power was extremely powerful. No one below the almighty level would be able to break it. Unless the other party found an almighty who was not suppressed, or broke through to the almighty level, they would be able to break the seal. However, it was not easy to become an almighty. Moreover, in this space, all the almighty level experts were suppressed. They were unable to display their full strength. Therefore, no one here could break the seal on Lu Mingyue's body. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Damned fellow, kill me if you have the ability. Lu Mingyue gnashed her teeth. She discovered that she was unable to mobilize the energy in her body. What was even more infuriating was that the other party actually wanted her to be a maid. Who was she? She was a proud daughter of heaven, an outstanding genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She might even become the disciple of the saintess. According to the sect's original plan, after leaving this place, Lu Mingyue would return to the All Beginnings Holy Land and become the new saintess. But they never imagined that something like this would happen. She was actually captured by the other party and made into a maid. If this matter were to spread out, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Lin Xian lifted Lu Mingyue's chin and said with a smile, "As a maid, you should have the awareness of being a maid. I advise you not to act blindly without thinking. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." To the side, Gu Santong was also stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian would kill Lu Mingyue on the spot. He never imagined that Lin Xian would actually take her as a maid. What a good idea. Since they had captured Lu Mingyue, Lin Xian and Gu Santong didn't continue fighting. Instead, they went to a safe place and calmly waited for the battle to end. The battle continued for an entire night. Then, it came to an end. This time, the battle was even more intense than the previous Great Purge. Because everyone had broken through, everyone was unconvinced and wanted to fight for the greatest benefits. The result was obvious. Blood dyed the forest red, and the pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. In this battle, the original balance had been broken. The majority of the kings had been killed, and only a few peak powers had survived. For example, the powers that Yi Wudao and the Alcade Saint's son were in, as well as the other powers, including Lu Mingyue's Bright Moon organization, had all been destroyed. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the remaining kings and sovereigns would find a new balance and continue to survive. When someone broke through again, perhaps the balance would be broken again. However, that would be a matter for a long time. Presumably, such a huge battle wouldn't happen in the near future. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue set off towards the depths of the forest. Not long after, another change occurred in the forest. Because of the countless kings that had been injured yesterday, the entire ground was dyed red. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the blood on the ground was flowing towards the sea of bones in the depths of the forest. In an instant, the blood flowed into the sea of bones, and the entire sea of bones changed. A terrifying aura quickly spread out from the sea of bones. Then, a murderous aura filled the sky, forming countless dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The dark clouds gathered, and huge lightning bolts struck continuously. It was as if the world was about to end. Not only that, but shadows appeared in the sea of bones. Some were like gods of war, some were tall demons, and some were terrifying beasts. The dead beasts and peerless experts all seemed to have been revived at this moment. Boom! 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 The terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. At this moment, all the surviving kings in the forest saw them. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They were shocked. Looking at this scene, their minds went blank. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and Lu Mingyue also stopped in their tracks. Looking at the terrifying scene in the distance, their expressions were extremely solemn. What's going on? The sea of bones is changing again. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. The last shocking change had happened in the sea of bones. That time, a terrifying white bone giant had appeared. Its strength had reached the almighty level, and it had swept through everything. Chapter 1789. Let's go take a look. In an instant, the three of them made their move and rushed towards the sea of bones. They weren't the only ones. The remaining warriors in the forest also rushed towards the sea of bones. They wanted to see what was going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at ease. When they arrived near the sea of bones again, everyone was stunned. They were shocked by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning was like a heavenly tribulation, and could even kill mighty figures. And in the center of the sea of bones, there were phantom spirits floating around, making one's scalp tingle. The terrifying aura made one tremble, as if some peerless demon king had awakened. It had an ancient desolate aura. What a terrifying scene. Could it be that those ancient creatures have come back to life? Gu Santong's expression was solemn. It's fresh blood. Lu Mingyue's face was pale. As a woman, she was more observant, so she noticed that the surrounding fresh blood was being absorbed into the sea of bones. After this reminder, Lin Xian and Gu Santong also noticed this, and their expressions turned solemn. Thinking about it, it was because of the previous battle that the sea of bones had undergone such a shocking change. And this time, the battle was even more terrifying than the previous one, and more blood had been spilled. If all the fresh blood was absorbed by the sea of bones, who knew what would happen? More and more dark clouds appeared in the sky, as if they were about to fall. The aura from the sea of bones became more and more terrifying. Even top young prodigies like Lin Xian, Gu Santong, the Alcade Sage, and Yi Wudao couldn't take it. And the mighty figures whose cultivations had been suppressed also looked solemn, as they stared ahead. Boom boom boom. Just then, the sea of bones in front of them made a low sound. Is that the skeleton giant coming out? The surrounding kings were shocked. They couldn't forget the scene from last time, when the terrifying skeleton giant was like a demon. With a wave of its hand, it could easily crush any king below the level of mighty figure. Many were even prepared to run. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because what was coming out wasn't the skeleton giant from before, but an extremely terrifying aura. Then, a huge skeleton palace slowly rose from the bottom of the sea of bones, floating in the sky. What's going on? Everyone was stunned at this moment. They looked at the scene in front of them, not daring to believe it. It was as if they were dreaming. Was it all an illusion? Lin Xian was also shocked. He activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. But in the next moment, his frown deepened. Regardless of whether it was the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret god eye, both of them could break through illusions. As long as it was an illusion, he would be able to see through it. But now, the scene in front of him didn't change. In other words, the scene before his eyes was not a fantasy. Instead, it was real. A huge palace made of white bones rose from the bottom of the forest. It was simply too inconceivable. The palace made of white bones ahead was enormous, emitting a desolated aura. The city walls and gates were all made of bones. It was 300 meters tall and incomparably terrifying. It was grander than any city Lin Xian had ever seen. Not only that, but the white bone city walls were also filled with sword scars, as if they had experienced countless battles. On top of that, it emitted an aura of vicissitudes. Could this be the Antiquity City? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Everyone's eyes flickered, as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom, boom, boom. After the palace made of white bones appeared, the lightning in the sky became even more violent. It was like a mad dragon, constantly descending and surrounding the palace. Buzz! But at this moment, the huge sword in the sea of bones suddenly emitted light, forming a huge sword shadow that slashed towards the palace in the sky. Mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared beside the black sword shadow. They carried a terrifying aura as if they wanted to suppress the white bone palace again. Buzz! But the palace had already appeared, how could it go back? So in the next moment, the huge palace emitted a terrifying aura, and terrifying runes surrounded it. A white light shot up into the sky, resisting the black sword light. Black and white lights flashed, but there was no violent collision. Perhaps it was a different kind of battle that no one could understand. In any case, Lin Xian felt that the surroundings were enveloped by the black and white light. The surroundings were quiet, and no sound could be heard. In fact, he could not even feel the existence of the other kings. This situation lasted for a period of time before it gradually dissipated. In the sky, the huge sword stopped attacking, and the runes around the palace shone even brighter. Not only that, but the enormous white bone gate was also slowly opening. Crack, crack, crack. A deep sound was heard, as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling everything. In the sky, the terrifying lightning became denser, forming a net of electricity that constantly intertwined. The kings and the surroundings held their breaths as they stared at the scene in front of them. They wanted to know what was inside the palace. Was it a great opportunity or treasure? Or was it something else? Boom! Finally, the two huge doors of white bones were completely opened, and a cold aura surged out, sweeping in all directions. Everyone could feel the aura, and they trembled as if their lives were being taken away. Boom! In the next moment, light rushed out of their bodies to resist the aura of death. Lin Xian also surrounded himself with sword intent, slashing away all the aura of death around him. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then, he was extremely shocked. Because through the open door, he could see some of the situation inside. At the door, there were figures lined up neatly in a square formation. They wore ancient armor, and their expressions were solemn. They did not move, and there was no fluctuation of aura on them, as if they were terracotta soldiers. Damn, are these the burial items of some important person? The dark red dragon looked at the scene, and his scalp went numb. Burial items? What's going on? Lin Xian was confused, and even Gu Santong and Lu Mingyue were shocked. The dark red dragon said, in the ancient times, when those peerless and terrifying people died, they had a habit. They will use some experts as funerary objects to be buried with them in the imperial mausoleum. It said that some of the dynasties in Middle Ground often do this. Those dynasties are not ordinary countries, but each of them is comparable to the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. Their kings are extremely terrifying. Chapter 1790. The monarchs of those dynasties are incomparably terrifying. It can be said that the dynasties are the most terrifying powers in the central continent. It is said that a long time ago, there was a great Qin dynasty. When their monarch died, he buried 50,000 kings with him. What? 50,000 kings? Buried with him? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too heaven-shaking. Lu Mingyue also seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Thus, she frowned and said, "This doesn't conform to common sense. If so many kings were buried with him, wouldn't his dynasty's strength be greatly reduced?" Indeed, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, his foundation wouldn't be damaged. For those dynasties and your peerless holy lands, what decides their fate isn't the kings. Instead, it's your so-called foundation. I think you know this better than me. Lu Mingyue fell silent. Indeed, their all beginnings holy land had some terrifying foundations. If they were to release them, they would definitely shock the world. Of course, it wasn't just the all beginnings holy land. All the other peerless holy lands and ancient aristocratic families had such foundations. At this time, the dark red dragon continued, "Of course, this isn't because of personal preference. It's because of a legend. According to the legend, no matter how powerful an expert is, as long as they die, they will go to hell. And those monarchs hope to bring some elites into hell. Then, they will kill their way back to the mortal world and be reborn. That's why they bring so many powerful kings with them before they die." What? There's such a legend. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. The dark red dragon's voice was grave. For the sake of longevity, some people are willing to do anything. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked ahead and muttered to himself. Could it be that the Palace of White Bones is the tomb of a peerless expert? And those silhouettes are the so-called funerary objects? Not only that, but the following scene was even more shocking. More and more black clouds appeared in the sky. The lightning became even more berserk. At this time, rain started to fall from the sky. However, this wasn't ordinary rain. Instead, it was a rain of blood. It was exceptionally scarlet and dazzling. The rain of blood fluttered down, shocking everyone and making their scalps go numb. They even hurriedly raised their energy barriers to resist the rain of blood. They didn't know what kind of terrifying result this rain of blood would have when it landed on their bodies. Because they had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, the kings who were still alive stopped fighting. They were all pacing back and forth near the sea of bones, abnormally silent. Gu Santong's eyes flickered as well. He said in a low voice, "I've read in the ancient books of my family that this phenomenon would only occur when a saint had fallen." Sage! Lu Mingyue cried out in surprise when she heard this. She had almost forgotten that she had been held captive by Lin Xian because the scene in front of her was too shocking. However, the dark red dragon added, "Not just an ordinary saint, but a saint who has reached an extremely terrifying realm." The death of an ordinary saint would not be able to achieve such a terrifying effect. Could it be that there's a terrifying figure hidden in the White Bone Demon Palace? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this White Bone Palace be related to the ceiling of the Tilted Moon Profound World? No matter how much everyone thought about it, this was the only conclusion they could come up with. However, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked behind him. In the next moment, an abnormally sorry figure was running towards them from the forest behind them. That figure was covered in blood and his aura was extremely chaotic. When he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned. However, when he saw Lu Mingyue standing beside Lin Xian, he cried out in alarm. "Senior sister." Lu Mingyue was also surprised. She asked, "What happened to you? Why are you so heavily injured?" "Senior sister, please take revenge for us." The injured youth knelt on the ground and crazily roared. "Revenge?" Lu Mingyue's lips twitched. She was already a captive, so how could she take revenge? However, she still asked in a low voice. "Who injured you? Weren't you the one who established your own organization? Where are the others?" This youth covered in blood was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He wasn't together with Lu Mingyue. Instead, he had established his own organization. Since he was able to establish his own organization and was also a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, he definitely wasn't weak. But now, he was in an extremely sorry state. Hearing Lu Mingyue's words, that disciple clenched his teeth and said, "Our alliance was completely annihilated. It was the Wavering Light Saint's son. He easily annihilated our alliance. Not only that, he even killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike." "What?" "He killed Senior Brother Pei with a single palm strike." Lu Mingyue was shocked. She hadn't expected the Wavering Light Saint's son to be so terrifying. Senior Brother Pei was also from the same sect as him. His cultivation was a peak 5-star king, and his strength had already reached the level of a 6-star king. She hadn't expected that such a terrifying person would be killed by the Wavering Light Saint's son with a single palm strike. One had to admit that this was truly unbelievable. On the side, Lin Xian and Gu Santong were also silent. They discovered that the Wavering Light Saint's son was even more terrifying than they had imagined. "Senior sister, you must take revenge for us." The kneeling youth quickly crawled forward, wanting to approach Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue also couldn't bear it and wanted to help him up. However, at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he grabbed Lu Mingyue and retreated. "What are you doing?" Lu Mingyue didn't understand what Lin Xian was trying to do. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. This was because the body of the kneeling youth in front of her suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, it exploded. This energy was too violent. It wasn't inferior to the self-destruction of an Earth-grade treasure. The terrifying energy turned into a raging tide, enveloping Lin Xian and the other two. At this moment, Gu Santong moved. He slid his finger, and suddenly, a huge black crack appeared in front of the three of them. It was like a gate to hell. Boom, boom, boom. The energy in front of them all surged into this crack. This process lasted for a long time. When the light in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong's body was covered in cold sweat. This kind of energy transfer consumed too much of his energy. Even he couldn't bear it. Therefore, when the energy in the sky disappeared, Gu Santong immediately swallowed a few recovery pills to recover his strength. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. It was too dangerous just now. He had almost been hit by the energy. If he had been hit, no matter how strong he was, he would have been severely injured. This was because that kind of self-destruction was too terrifying. Chapter 1791. She wasn't a weakling. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the wavering light sage had done something to the youth kneeling on the ground. No matter who that youth encountered, he would probably self-destruct. As for a heavily injured All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator, who could he look for? He would definitely look for someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If that was the case, many of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts would be injured when that youth self-destructed. The wavering light sage's thoughts were truly vicious. At the side, the dark red dragon also felt a lingering fear. "Brat, you must be careful when you encounter the wavering light sage in the future." The other party was simply too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon was right. This kind of powerful, decisive, and meticulous scheming person would definitely make everyone feel incomparably fearful. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous threat from this enemy that he had never seen before. The terrifying scene ahead was still ongoing. The White Bone Palace's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. The surrounding kings had no choice but to patiently wait for the final transformation to complete. They didn't have anywhere to go, and they didn't feel at ease leaving this place. Therefore, the majority of them decided to set up camp here. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, and the dark red dragon discussed for a while before deciding to set up camp here as well. However, the place they chose was extremely remote. With Lin Xian and Gu Santong's strength, they would be able to rush over immediately if something happened ahead. Moreover, this would also prevent the other experts from looking at them with hostility. However, Lu Mingyue wasn't so lucky. She was really used as a maid. In the past few days, she had been helping Lin Xian serve tea, pour water, roast meat, and other miscellaneous tasks. In any case, she had done all the tasks that a servant would do. This made her feel as though she was going crazy. However, for the sake of survival, she endured it. Even Gu Santong was speechless. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The proud daughter of the All Beginnings Holy Land had actually been reduced to a prisoner and a maid. This was simply too inconceivable. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems that you are not only talented in martial arts, but you are also very attentive as a maid." Like this, they waited for another 3 or 4 days. However, there weren't any changes in the White Bone Palace. It was still floating quietly in the sky. Lin Xian and Gu Santong waited silently, but there was someone who could not wait any longer. On this day, a few experts had a discussion and actually made a bold suggestion. They actually wanted to enter the Palace of Bones and check it out. The reason for that was because many people discovered that the Palace of Bones seemed to be the tomb of some grand individual. For such a peerless figure, there might be divine treasures buried in the cemetery. Therefore, they wanted to investigate. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had this idea, because these days, no unusual changes had been discovered in the White Bone Field. Coupled with their greed, they decided to take a risk. Immediately, a dozen or so king tiers responded and decided to follow him to investigate. However, the other warriors were still watching. Although the Bone Palace didn't mutate again, the aura it was emitting made their hair stand on end. In front of them, around 15 or 16 kings moved their bodies and rushed upwards at high speed. What are they trying to do? The dark red dragon saw this and felt his scalp go numb. Lin Xian and Gu Santong also saw what was happening. Their expressions were grave. They did not expect that someone would be so bold as to try to investigate the Palace of Bones above them. At this moment, all the surrounding kings looked up at the sky. In the sky, the dozen or so kings moved like lightning and arrived near the White Bone Palace in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He flew up into the sky and continued to fly forward. He was getting closer and closer to the White Bone Palace. Boz. In the next moment, he stepped onto the white bone construction site and stood on top of a giant white bone. He's going up. Everyone held their breaths when they saw this scene. As for the middle-aged man, he was also extremely excited. He looked at the white bone gate in front of him, took a deep breath, and stepped out. Boom! In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. The middle-aged man in the sky aged rapidly in an instant. In the next moment, he turned into a pile of white bones. La la la. The bones all over his body fell to the ground. What? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. They couldn't believe that a 6-star king had turned into a pile of white bones in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was astonished. Gu Santong's expression turned serious. Could it be the power of time? The power of time. What's that? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Space is king, time is king. If someone can control space, there will naturally be someone who can control time. To age a king instantly and turn into a pile of white bones, this is definitely the power of time. What? This is the power of time. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew what this meant. Among the 3,000 great Daos, time could be said to be the most mysterious and strange. He had never heard of anyone who could control the laws of time. Because it was simply too heaven-defying. If one could control time, they could change time and space and even become immortal. With a wave of their hand, they could turn everyone into white bones and bring people back to life. This kind of remarkable ability was shocking enough. However, since ancient times, very few people had been able to control this kind of power. As for whether those great emperors had mastered this kind of power, they did not know. But now, in this palace of bones, the power of time had appeared. It was simply too shocking. In the sky, after the middle-aged king had turned into a pile of white bones, the remaining kings saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. They no longer dared to approach the palace of bones. Everyone moved and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, the Palace of Bones counterattacked. It seemed to have come to life, blooming with an incomparably pure white light on the city wall. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen streaks of light turned into divine rainbows and instantly pierced through all the kings in the sky. It was as easy as cutting through tofu. They've all been killed. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Many of them felt lucky that they did not follow along. Otherwise, they would probably have been killed by now. However, this luck quickly disappeared. This was because a low voice suddenly came from the Palace of Bones. The voice was very strange, and they could not tell what it was. It sounded like the roar of a demon beast, but also like the sound of some kind of weapon. This voice carried an unparalleled pressure. As soon as it appeared, all the surrounding kings trembled. Even Gu Santong had been affected. Chapter 1792. Lin Xian was also affected. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly spun rapidly, emitting a sharp aura. It enveloped Gu Santong, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red dragon. In an instant, the terrifying feeling disappeared. In another direction, Yi Wudao's body shone brightly. He was like a god of war. A golden lotus appeared behind him, resisting the unparalleled pressure. In the distance, there was also a man shining brightly. 108 halos appeared around his body, making him look like a Buddha. He was extremely terrifying. In addition, the powerful beings were also resisting, but they could not withstand it. Fortunately, the voice was very short and disappeared as soon as it appeared. When the voice disappeared, everyone felt as if they had collapsed. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Although the trembling voice had disappeared, the situation didn't improve. Because after the voice, the skeletons in the sea of bones below suddenly began to tremble. Caw caw caw. Countless bones quickly floated up and gathered together, forming many skeletal creatures that quickly recovered. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and they kept retreating. Lin Xian and Gu Santong brought Lu Mingyue to a mountain peak and looked down. In the sea of bones below, countless skeletal creatures were resurrected, and they began to move. They formed a terrifying army of skeletons. What's going on? Are the gates of hell opening? Everyone was trembling. They didn't understand. What kind of terrifying changes were taking place? Lin Xian's expression was also serious. This scene was too strange. It seemed that the Palace of Skeletons had a mysterious power that revived the entire sea of bones. But what would happen next? If the skeletons attacked them, things would be troublesome. Indeed, in the next moment, the army of skeletons below began to move in all directions. Some of them even attacked the human kings. They're really attacking. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He led his people and retreated again. The surrounding kings also retreated. Although they were strong, they could not withstand the attack of so many skeletons. Moreover, there was a terrifying palace of skeletons above them. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, they did not dare to fight and retreated into the forest. Boom! At this moment, a king had actually made his move. An elder retreated instead of advancing. His terrifying palm slapped out, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, directly shattering many of the skeletal creatures in front of him. What? What terrifying strength! Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meanwhile, the old man raised his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, my power has been restored. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. Terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. Almighty! This is the power of an Almighty. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Almighty to recover his strength at this time. Could it be because of the Palace of Bones above? No one knew the reason, but they knew that some people were in danger. Sure enough, after the mighty figures recovered their strength, they scanned the surroundings, locked onto their targets, and decisively attacked. Because of the previous battle, their strength had been suppressed, so some of their allies had been killed. Now that their strength had recovered, they naturally wanted to take revenge. Boom! One of the old men chuckled coldly and shot toward Leaf Dao Denier, apparently hoping to take advantage of the chaos to kill him. Boom! That elder brandished his fist, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying power shattered the void, incomparably terrifying. This was the power of an Almighty, and it was fully displayed at this moment. In the crowd, Leaf Dao Denier retreated rapidly, his entire body emitting a resplendent light. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly pulled away. You're courting death. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure appeared, quickly punching that terrifying fist. You dare to attack my Yi family? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, but the aura on his body was incomparably violent. Almighty! This middle-aged man was also an Almighty. And he was a warrior of the Yi family, who usually hid in the void to protect Leaf Dao Denier. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't make a move unless it was a moment of life and death. But now that Leaf Dao Denier was being chased by an Almighty, he finally came out. The two Almighties confronted each other, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, a young man with 108 halos around his body flew through the void and into the distance. Behind him, a mysterious woman was also chasing. The mysterious woman's aura had also reached the almighty realm. Alcade Sage. He's being chased as well. Many warriors exclaimed because they realized that the young man with the dazzling halos was the terrifying Alcade Sage. But they didn't expect that he was being chased by an almighty as well. In addition, a few other prodigies were also being chased. Oh no! When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He said to Gu Santong, "Brother Gu, let's split up first. I feel like someone is going to kill me." With that, Lin Xian grabbed Lu Mingyue and threw her into the black earth. Then, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fled into the distance. That was because he felt that someone was watching him. Sure enough, in the next moment, an incomparably terrifying palm descended from the sky, directly blasting the place where Lin Xian was originally standing, shattering the void. "Kid, do you think you can escape?" An incomparably cold voice sounded. It was obvious that an almighty had his eyes on Lin Xian. "Brother Lin." When Gu Santong saw this scene, his expression turned solemn and he wanted to help. But in the next moment, his body trembled as a wave of fear rose from his heart. He felt that the aura that was spying on him before had appeared again. And it seemed to be much stronger than before. Could it be that the other party was also an almighty? Thinking of this, Gu Santong broke out in cold sweat. He used the void technique and instantly disappeared into the air. Boom boom boom. On the other side, Lin Xian was constantly shuttling through the forest. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. All the sealed almighties had recovered their strength. This wasn't good news for him. One had to know that he had previously killed many geniuses from the top sections. Now, those people would probably go crazy and chase after him. Sure enough, there was an almighty chasing after him. Fortunately, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, so his speed was not inferior to the almighty. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Kid, let's see where you can run to." Behind him, the almighty's voice was cold. To be honest, he was extremely angry that he hadn't been able to catch up until now. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the entire sky instantly turned black. A powerful cage sealed the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. Chapter 1793. The entire sky instantly darkened as a powerful cage sealed off the surroundings. Lin Xian was also trapped here. "Kid, why don't you run?" A red figure appeared in the void. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and red hair. His entire body emitted a violent aura. His aura was as deep as the sea. He was like a god of war, suppressing others until they could not breathe. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He was not affected by this aura. "You can actually resist my aura. Kid, I see that you have quite a few treasures on you." The red-haired middle-aged man sneered. "But it doesn't matter. Once I kill you, everything on you will be mine." "Humph." Lin Xian snorted. "You're just taking advantage of your age. If we're in the same generation, I'll kill you like a dog." Indeed, Lin Xian was only in his 20s. The red-haired man was probably over 800 years old. He might even be an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Even if Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, it would be difficult to make up for the difference in age. "It's useless for you to say so much. You can't run away today." The red-haired almighty sneered. "If we're in the same level, I'll kill you like a dog." Lin Xian pointed his sword at the almighty. The red-haired almighty sneered. "Kid, it's useless for you to say anything." As he spoke, he walked forward. "One move. I only need one move to kill you." Even if you're a peerless genius, you're just an ant in my eyes. The red-haired Almighty had a look of disdain on his face. Then, he slowly raised his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! The resplendent palm cut through the void. Light scattered in all directions and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He felt that the palm was too terrifying. It was far beyond his ability to resist. He did not dare to take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to the extreme and quickly retreated. Boom! The palm hit nothing, but the aftermath of the energy hit Lin Xian, causing him to vomit blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He actually dodged it. The red-haired Almighty being squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Your footwork is very strange. It must be an extremely profound martial art. I didn't expect you to be able to master such a profound martial art. But it doesn't matter. When I catch you in a while, I naturally have a way to make you talk about this strange martial art. The red-haired Almighty looked down at Lin Xian. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Xian. Instead, he reached out his hand from time to time, causing Lin Xian to flee in a hurry. Ha 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 ha. Peerless geniuses and young geniuses are nothing in front of me. The red-haired mighty figure laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was abnormally cold. Although the previous palm strike did not hit him, the energy shockwave still caused him to suffer extremely serious internal injuries. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart, but he still kept moving. It couldn't be helped. This was the power of an almighty. It was simply too terrifying. He was still unable to resist at all. In front of him, the red-haired almighty seemed to have played enough. Therefore, he said coldly, "Kid, it's over." As he spoke, he reached out his 5 fingers and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a 5-finger mountain, and a resplendent light illuminated the entire sky. This scene was simply too terrifying. The endless light was just one person's palm. It covered the sky and the earth. It was unimaginable. Was this the power of an almighty? It was simply too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. All the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to use all his strength. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and Lin Xian held it tightly. Not only that, but his eyes also shone brightly, and mysterious Dao patterns appeared. At this moment, Lin Xian sent out the great dragon sword soul and used the heavenly secret divine ability to find the flaw in the 5-finger mountain. Finally, he found it. His entire body carried the dragon-shaped sword shadow and turned into a sharp ray of light, ruthlessly stabbing at the flaw. Pfft! Sword light flashed as Lin Xian broke out of the encirclement, narrowly avoiding the palm strike. However, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. What? He actually dodged it. The red-haired almighty was extremely surprised. This time, he had planned to end the battle. However, he did not expect the other party to be able to dodge it. He had to admit that it was simply too surprising. One had to know that there was a world of difference between an almighty and an almighty. It could be said that it was an insurmountable gap. It was impossible to cross realms to fight. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to dodge his attack. It really surprised him. Moreover, the other party was able to find his flaw. That shocked him even more. Those eyes. In the next moment, when the red-haired almighty saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. Could it be the legendary heavenly secret divine eyes? The red-haired almighty was extremely shocked. Then, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to encounter the heavenly secret divine eyes here. It seems that even the heavens are helping me. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a member of the heavenly secret tribe and have successfully activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. If that's the case, I can't let you live. After you die, I'll put your eyes to good use. With them, I might be able to improve further and even become a sage. The red-haired Almighty was too excited. One had to know that the heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious and legendary. Moreover, the reason why the Wavering Light Sacred Land was angry and issued a kill order was related to the heavenly secret divine eyes. However, he did not expect that this thing would be discovered by him. Moreover, it was in the hands of a mere king. This way, he could effortlessly obtain the heavenly secret divine eyes. Thinking of that, he laughed loudly. On the other side, Lin Xian's face darkened. He had already used his strongest combat strength and used the heavenly secret divine eyes to find the other party's flaw. However, so far, he could only protect himself. It was impossible for him to kill the other party. However, he would not give up resisting. At most, he would die together with the other party. He would not let the other party have his way. Thinking of that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated, causing his aura to become even sharper. It was like a peerless divine sword. The golden light in his eyes was also extremely bright. Mysterious runes flickered and were extremely deep. It was like a golden starry sky. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, the red-haired Almighty sneered, "What, you still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself. The difference between us is like a firefly against the sun. You can't do anything in front of me." The red-haired Almighty sneered and strode toward Lin Xian. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. It was like an ancient mountain that suppressed people until they could not breathe. Chapter 1794. The critical moment was about to arrive. However, at this moment, the aura of the red-haired mighty figure changed. It no longer became extremely powerful. Instead, it retreated quickly like the tide. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The red-haired mighty figure was also stunned. He felt the energy in his body rapidly depleting. No. Impossible. My power, where's my power? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that this scene was extremely familiar because it had happened once when he first came to the primeval forest. The laws of heaven and earth here had sealed him, causing his strength to fall below that of a mighty figure. Now, the same thing was happening again. His power was about to be suppressed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's face turned green. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the most critical moment. Damn it! I don't believe it. The red-haired mighty figure resisted crazily, but the strange energy sealed him. He realized that he could not control the energy in his body at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he gave up resisting and pounced at Lin Xian crazily. He wanted to kill his opponent before his power was completely sealed. In this way, the heavenly secret divine eyes would still be his. Lin Xian snorted coldly as his body swayed rapidly. He naturally noticed the abnormality. He knew that it was possible that the other party had been sealed by the laws here again. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and dodged quickly. At least before the other party was sealed, he could not be caught by the other party. Damn brat! Stop right there! The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. He realized that the other party was too fast and he could not catch him at all. And the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. In the next moment, a low sound came from his body, and his power finally fell below that of a mighty figure. He was sealed again. Sensing this scene, the red-haired mighty figure's expression was extremely ferocious. He roared angrily and decisively gave up on Lin Xian and fled into the distance. The red-haired mighty figure's cultivation was suppressed again, so he did not dare to fight anymore. He fled into the distance like a madman, trying to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he instantly chased after him. Previously, the other party wanted to show off and kill him. How could he let him go now? After swallowing the best pill in his hand, Lin Xian crazily circulated the longevity technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly recovered from his injuries. In the next moment, he instantly appeared in front of the red-haired mighty figure. Get lost! The red-haired expert roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying red fist was extremely sharp and there was a red aura around it. It was as if a fire god had awakened and was extremely terrifying. It covered the sky and earth. It blasted towards Lin Xian, however. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. With his soul force, he could clearly sense that the current attack was much weaker than before. Which meant that the other party was to be sealed. He wasn't afraid of a sealed almighty. He didn't even need to dodge. Boom! Lin Xian punched out with the black dragon fist of destruction. The terrifying fist was like a huge mountain, descending from the sky. What followed was a series of dragon roars. Boom! The two collided. The terrifying energy swept in all directions like a tsunami and blasted out thousands of ripples in the void. Boom! The red-haired mighty figure took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale. That was because he realized that he could no longer hurt Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. What? You want to leave now? Weren't you very arrogant before? You want to kill me in the palm of your hand. Now, you can try to kill me. He was furious. Previously, Lin Xian had taken advantage of his seniority and hundreds of years of cultivation to kill him. If not for the fact that he had many secret techniques, he might have been killed long ago. How could Lin Xian let the other party off so easily? Brat, get out of my way. To tell you the truth, even if my cultivation is suppressed, I'm still a mighty figure. I'm still not someone you can fight against. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth. His voice was unusually cold. You still dare to be arrogant? Do you really think you're still the mighty figure from before? Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. The golden light in his eyes flickered and emitted a strange energy. I won't bully you. Let's fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with me? You're not worthy. The red-haired mighty figure snorted and still wanted to escape. Why? You don't dare. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a mighty figure? If you don't even dare to fight with me, there's no point in living like you. What an embarrassment to a mighty figure. Kid, you're courting death. The red-haired mighty figure's face was gloomy. As a mighty figure, his status was extremely noble. He had never been looked down upon like this. Now, a young kid dares to look down on me. That's unforgivable. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. I want you to know that a mighty figure will always be a mighty figure. Even if I'm sealed, I'm not someone you can resist. After saying that, the red-haired mighty figure attacked mercilessly. A gigantic fiery red palm appeared in the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian from all directions. This red palm was hundreds of feet long and was like a flaming mountain. It descended quickly, and its aura was suffocating. The red-haired mighty figure was right. Even if a mighty figure was sealed, it was not something that an ordinary king could contend with. This aura far exceeded that of a 6-star king. It was abnormally powerful. Most likely, not many people would be able to resist it. The void fluctuated and was easily torn apart like a painting. The entire space was trembling, and the dazzling twilight illuminated the entire forest. Humph, a sealed mighty figure. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. As soon as he attacked, Lin Xian launched a fierce attack. The 9 darkness demonic sword waved quickly, and a terrifying sword light slashed forward. He did not hold back and used his ultimate move. The demonic sword in his hand was extremely sharp as if it had come alive. Poof! The sword slashed down, and blood splattered. The red palm was cut in half. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he roared crazily with a ferocious expression. He retreated rapidly, and blood flowed from his palm. The red palm was formed by him. Now that it was cut in half, his palm was also affected. Fortunately, it was only a palm of light. If it was his main body, it would probably not exist anymore. Kid, how dare you hurt me? The red-haired mighty figure roared crazily. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a young kid. Chapter 1795. As a mighty figure, he had not been injured for many years, let alone by a brat. If word of this got out, it would definitely shock the world. So what if I hurt you? Lin Xian snorted. Not only will I hurt you, but I'll also kill you. Kill me. Just you. You're overestimating yourself. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you can hurt me. I didn't even use my full strength just now. Come on, don't be so stubborn. Do you still think you're the mighty figure from before? Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and said coldly, do you think you can mercilessly kill the younger generation just because you've cultivated for a long time and are powerful? Your way of doing things is despicable. Now, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a scourge like you. Lin Xian shouted coldly as the aura on his body became more powerful. You're courting death. It seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. The red-haired mighty figure gritted his teeth. In his opinion, even if he was sealed, it was not impossible for him to kill his opponent with his methods and experience. He just needed to spend a little more effort. Previously, he did not want to waste his energy, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to kill his opponent. Brat, I wanted to let you go, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. The red-haired mighty figure once again revealed a sinister smile. The aura in his body surged rapidly and covered the entire sky. This time, Lin Xian did not say anything and stabbed out with the 9 darkness demonic sword. This sword was extremely terrifying. It was like a long black dragon running wildly in the sky. Seeing this sword, the red-haired mighty figure was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's sword technique to be so powerful. This sword was really beyond his expectations. In the next moment, he roared angrily and a terrifying power surged in his body. He blasted forward in an attempt to resist this sword. However, he still underestimated this sword. Poof! The sword flashed and an earth-shattering collision sounded, shaking the surroundings. Then, blood splattered everywhere and a shrill cry was heard, causing the surrounding beasts to tremble. A hole appeared in the red-haired Almighty's attack. Not only that, his body was pierced through by the 9 netherworld demon sword, nailing him in the air. This scene was simply too terrifying. A supreme being had actually been injured by a 4-star king, and he was severely injured at that. Perhaps he had never imagined such a scene even in his dreams. Although the red-haired mighty being's cultivation had been suppressed and had fallen to the mighty being realm, not everyone could fight against him. It could even be said that no one below the Almighties was a match for them. However, the current situation was beyond the red-haired Almighty's expectations. He did not expect that the other party would be able to heavily injure him with a single strike. Ah! The red-haired mighty figure roared into the sky with a ferocious expression. The energy in his body exploded, and the light shone like a red sun. In the next moment, a terrifying force collided with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and the red-haired mighty figure quickly retreated. "Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to kill you." The red-haired Almighty roared madly and quickly used a secret technique to temporarily seal the wound so that it would stop bleeding. However, his face was abnormally pale. That sword strike just now had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He swore that he had to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would definitely become a terrifying peerless powerhouse in the future. He wouldn't allow such a threat to exist in this world. In the next moment, a terrifying red light surged out from his body, covering the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the entire space. The sky and earth were filled with terrifying red light, emitting a terrifying aura. As for the red-haired mighty figure, he was like a god-fiend, and his entire body was extremely powerful. In fact, the pressure of an almighty reappeared on his body. Whoosh! Like metal colliding and mercury flowing, a long red chain appeared on the arm of the red-haired mighty figure. It surged rapidly and swept forward. The red chain was incomparably scarlet, and it carried a monstrous killing intent and a terrifying aura. Needless to say, this was an Earth-grade treasure with boundless power. Scarlet Flame Chain. A low voice came from the mouth of the red-haired mighty figure. The terrifying chain was like a maggot attached to a bone, instantly wrapping around Lin Xian as if it was going to refine him. A terrifying light soared into the sky, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. It seemed that nothing could stop the Scarlet Flame Chain. At this moment, the surrounding red light surged, and a sinister and terrifying voice appeared, as if it was a Shura from hell. Humph! Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. Break! Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely domineering. His eyes sparkled as he quickly searched for openings. At the same time, he unleashed the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. With a punch, terrifying energy surged and instantly hit the flaw, shattering the red light that filled the sky. The Scarlet Flame Chain flew out like a long snake. Not only that, but the power of the punch also rushed toward the red-haired mighty figure. Boom! The red-haired mighty figure vomited blood again. His chest caved in, and more than half of the bones in his body shattered. No! Can! He spat out a few words with difficulty because he couldn't believe it. How could the other party be so powerful? He was a mighty figure. Even if he was sealed, he was still a mighty figure. Even a 6-star king was like an ant in his hands. However, the young man in front of him only had the cultivation of a 4-star king, but his combat strength was even more powerful than his sealed self. He couldn't believe it. Damn brat, go to hell. As a mighty figure, he couldn't only have these ultimate moves. Therefore, he waved his sleeve, and a dark red pagoda appeared in the void. Powerful fluctuations suppressed the void, and terrifying energy surged out. The red-haired mighty figure used all his strength to push the dark red pagoda forward. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The dark red pagoda was extremely terrifying, and it was also an Earth-grade treasure. Its body emitted light, and a red aura descended, intertwining to form a red lightning bolt that rapidly bombarded. Lightning surged like a lightning tribulation. The moment it appeared, it shattered everything and completely enveloped Lin Xian. "Ha, kid, die." The red-haired man laughed sinisterly. The red pagoda was one of his trump cards. Once he used it, it was extremely terrifying. He believed that the other party was a 4-star king. Even if his attack power was powerful, his defense was weak and couldn't block his attack. However, Lin Xian was unusually calm in the red lightning that filled the sky. Beside him, the dragon sword domain rose and fell, blocking all the lightning. Not only that, Lin Xian even stretched out his left hand, and countless sword chi condensed to form a dragon's head. Roar! The dragon's head roared toward the sky and opened its bloody mouth, forming a powerful force. The red lightning that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by something and crazily gathered toward the dragon's head in Lin Xian's hand. Chapter 1796. Suddenly, the red lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and a dark red ball of lightning formed in Lin Xian's palm. Boom! Lin Xian waved his arm and threw the dark red ball of lightning at the red pagoda. The collision of the two made an earth-shattering sound. The powerful energy blasted in all directions, and the red pagoda was on the verge of collapse. There were even cracks on it. The red-haired cultivator vomited blood again, and the light on his body dimmed. "You!" He struggled, and his body trembled. "Damn it, who are you?" The red-haired cultivator's voice trembled. He could not believe that a 4-star cultivator could be so powerful. He even suspected that the other party was also a cultivator who was hiding his identity. "My name is Lin Xian." Lin Xian's voice was firm, and his face was cold. He would not let the other party go, so it did not matter even if he told the other party his name. "Lin Xian. Lin Xian." The red-haired cultivator muttered with a confused expression. He knew many young geniuses in Eastern Wilderness, but he did not find anyone named Lin Xian. He did not even know who the other party was or which sect he was from, but the other party's power was too terrifying. He could not withstand it. "All right, since you know my name, you can go to hell," Lin Xian said coldly as he raised the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. "No!" Seeing this, the red-haired cultivator roared crazily, and despair appeared on his face. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He burned his blood and spiritual power to launch a shocking attack, trying to resist and escape. However, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of Lin Xian and merged with the 9 darkness demonic sword. Then, he stabbed with the sword. The black sword radiance was like heavenly thunder, descending rapidly. The red pagoda and red flame chains were all sent flying. At this moment, nothing could stop it. Poof! The sword was out, and the cultivator was dead. The red-haired cultivator fell to the ground, blood flowing out, and his eyes dimmed. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would be shocked and go crazy. This was because Lin Xian had killed a mighty figure. Although he was a sealed almighty, he was still an almighty. Although this kind of sealed almighty was not as strong as before, it was still not something that anyone could contend against. But now, he was actually killed by someone. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Lin Xian was expressionless. The other party had only himself to blame for this. He did not have any enmity with the other party, but the other party wanted to make a move on him out of greed. In the end, this was the result. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the dark red pagoda, the scarlet flame chain, and the man's ring of holding. After killing the red-haired mighty figure, Lin Xian released Lu Mingyue. To be honest, Lu Mingyue was very shocked because she didn't expect Lin Xian to carry such a mysterious space with him. Furthermore, from the looks of it, that space was extremely huge. This made her extremely shocked. What kind of magical treasure did he have? Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Xian had a black earth with him. The space inside was larger than any storage ring. And all of Lin Xian's cultivation techniques and treasures were stored in the black earth. When he wanted to use it, he only needed to think and the items would come out. Moreover, this black earth could not only store items, but also people. For example, he had placed Lu Mingyue inside. The black earth belonged to the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. Not to mention Lu Mingyue, even if a mighty figure entered, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Lu Mingyue was extremely shocked. However, when she came out, she was even more shocked. She even widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because she discovered the red-haired mighty figure on the ground. She knew the identity of the red-haired mighty figure. He was a rogue cultivator, but his strength had reached the level of a mighty figure. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Previously, when she was in the outside world, she had seen him make a move. It was very powerful. But now, he was actually killed. Who did it? Lu Mingyue looked around and found that there were no other powerhouses. The next moment, she looked at Lin Xian and her pupils constricted. You killed him. Lu Mingyue's voice was trembling. She had been defeated by Lin Xian before, so she knew that he was powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to kill a mighty figure. That was a world of difference. Even if it was a sealed mighty figure, it was impossible for others to completely kill them. One had to know that these mighty figures had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years and had many trump cards in their hands. Although their cultivation was suppressed, they could still protect themselves with many trump cards. But now, a mighty figure had been killed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There's no need to be shocked. It's just a sealed mighty figure, not a real mighty figure. Alright, come with me. I'm a little tired. Boil 2 pots of spirit wine for me. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Lu Mingyue. Not long after they left, other kings appeared in this place. Those kings had fled from the Sea of Bones to this place. However, when they saw the corpse on the ground in the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Heavens, that's the corpse of a mighty figure. What? A mighty figure? That's impossible. You didn't see wrong. How can a mighty figure be killed? Those people were too shocked. They could not believe it at all. One had to know that it was a mighty figure. In their eyes, it was an extremely terrifying existence. And now, he was actually killed by someone. Damn it, who did it? Could it be that there's already chaos among the mighty figures? The king's expressions were ugly. The mighty figures usually did not participate in the previous battles, so those who died were ordinary kings. As for those almighties, they hadn't fallen yet. But now, a mighty figure had died. In these people's opinion, ordinary kings could not kill a mighty figure at all. Only a mighty figure could kill a mighty figure. Hearing that, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear. They quickly turned around and left this place. They could not stay here any longer because they guessed that there might be a mighty figure or some other terrifying figure hiding nearby. They did not dare to stay here at all because they would not be able to fight back if they encountered the mighty figure. Everyone was fleeing. A few top prodigies were being chased by the mighty figure, while the ordinary kings were fleeing crazily. That was because the skeleton army of the Sea of Bones was quickly charging towards them. However, these kings did not run for long before they ran back with ugly expressions. Even their faces were green. That was because they realized that the monsters in the forest had become abnormally violent at this moment. Not only that, they also realized that the auras of the kings had changed. They were stronger than before. Some of the unlucky kings had arrived near the nest of a ferocious beast. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the valley. Chapter 1797. That aura caused the kings to tremble. Even their spiritual energy couldn't circulate smoothly. Damn it, what kind of energy is that? It's too scary. The kings felt their scalps go numb. They realized that this aura had surpassed that of an almighty and had reached an unbelievable level. What? That's six-armed divine ape. The kings exclaimed as they looked into the distance. Sure enough, in the valley, a huge figure rushed out. Its entire body was shining with golden light, like a golden god of war. On its body, 6 arms were waving non-stop. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, easily tearing the void apart. Not only that, a pair of golden wings grew out from the back of the 6-armed divine ape. The wings spread out and shone with divine light, like 2 golden heavenly blades. Boom! The golden wings flapped and carried the huge body into the sky. The surrounding air turned into a golden whirlwind under the golden wings, sweeping in all directions. One of the kings did not dodge and was enveloped by the golden whirlwind and torn into pieces. Terrifying, too terrifying. The remaining kings felt their scalps go numb as they fled crazily. They realized that the 6-armed divine ape's strength had increased by a lot. Could it be that the 6-armed divine ape had been sealed before? Thinking of this, they did not dare to believe it. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Just how terrifying was the 6-armed divine ape? Before they could react, furious roars rang out from other places as well. In the entire primitive forest, all the remaining kings felt it. They realized that the powerful monster kings were displaying heaven-defying strength. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky and swept through the entire forest. Not good. These monster kings are going to go berserk. In the forest, the dark red divine dragon's expression was grave. Lin Xian, who was at the side, frowned. They realized that the powerful demon kings from before were even stronger than before. Obviously, they guessed that these monster kings were sealed before, just like humans. Now that the White Bone Demon Palace had appeared, the seal on their bodies was removed and their original strength was displayed. What was this White Bone Demon Palace? And what was going on with this primitive forest? Why were there so many powerful monster kings here? Lin Xian simply couldn't understand. Inside this oblique moon profound world, every corner was filled with strange mysteries. However, now wasn't the time to think about these things. They discovered that in the forest, countless demon kings were moving towards the White Bone Devil Hole. That aura formed a storm, forcing everyone to flee again. They realized that there was no way to escape. They were forced to return to the Bone Sea. The current situation was extremely dangerous for them. There was a bone army in front of them. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the Berserk Demon King behind them was even more terrifying. For a moment, Lin Xian and the others were caught in a dilemma. However, Lin Xian quickly made up his mind to return to the Bone Sea. Firstly, those demon kings were truly too powerful, and they were utterly unable to resist them. In comparison, although the skeleton army was large in number, their individual combat strength was not very strong. In comparison, it was better to return to the Bone Sea. Furthermore, he had a feeling that these monster kings had become stronger because of the White Bone Palace. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of changes had happened to the White Bone Palace. Therefore, he flew back in the direction of the Palace of Bones. the other kings did the same. However, they did not return on their own accord. Instead, they were chased back by the monster kings. That was because the auras of these monster kings were simply too terrifying. There were even a few that had surpassed the power of a mighty figure. Among them, the six-armed divine ape was incomparably valiant. It was like a golden god of war. Apart from that, there was also a huge divine crocodile. It was 100 feet long and its entire body was shining with light. On the other side, there was a 9-headed lion. It opened its ferocious mouth as if it could devour the entire sky. Without exception, these powerful monster kings all flew towards the White Bone Palace. Heavens, it's too terrifying. Damn it, what's happening? Is the world going to be destroyed? These monster kings are too terrifying. Could it be that they have reached the level of a peerless mighty figure? The kings felt their scalps go numb as they quickly fled. Soon, these monster kings and the Bone Army met, and a shocking battle broke out between the two. The scene was too terrifying. The six-armed divine ape roared as it waved its 6 palms. It was like 6 golden mountains that kept crashing down. Every strike could shatter a large portion of the Bone Army. Cracks appeared in the sky, and there were even 6 huge black holes in the void. On the other side, the divine crocodile that was 100 feet long swept its huge tail. It was as sharp as a heavenly blade, and a large portion of the Bone Army was cut in half. The 9-headed lion was even more ferocious. Its 9 heads spat out wind, fire, and lightning. All kinds of terrifying attacks turned into a frenzy of energy that swept in all directions. Many of the Bone Army were annihilated in an instant. However, more and more bone creatures crawled out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. They were densely packed and crazily counterattacking. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an ancient war had appeared in front of everyone. Some of the kings could not dodge in time and were blasted by the energy, turning into a bloody mist. The remaining people fled as if they had gone mad. They wanted to get away from this terrifying scene. Gradually, these powerful monster kings came near the Sea of Bones. They looked at the White Bone Palace in the sky and roared non-stop. Roar! Roar! Their roars were like thunder, tearing through the void, causing everyone's body to tremble and to bleed. Lin Xian had already thrown Lu Mingyue into the black earth once again. Her magic power was sealed, so she could not use any energy at all. She could not fight against the scene here. He did not want to take her life for the time being, so he threw her into the black earth. As for him, he joined hands with the dark red divine dragon to create a light screen to defend against the terrifying energy frenzy and the earth-shaking roars. However, Lin Xian was even more puzzled by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Why were these monster kings attacking the White Bone Palace? Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? In front, the monster kings were crazily attacking the White Bone Palace. The 6 arms of the 6-armed godly ape waved continuously, forming a golden hurricane that swept towards the White Bone Palace in the sky. It was like countless golden demonic clouds that rushed forward quickly. On the other side, the divine crocodile opened its bloody mouth and spat out 5-colored lightning. The sky surged and the thunder rumbled. A terrifying energy rushed forward. The 9-headed lion's 9 heads emitted a terrifying energy that turned into an energy storm and blasted towards the White Bone Palace. Chapter 1798. Other than these 3 powerful demon kings, there were more than 10 other terrifying demon beasts. They roared and attacked fiercely. In an instant, the entire void boiled and was drowned by this violent energy. In front of them, the White Bone Palace was filled with an ancient aura. At this moment, demonic runes appeared under the huge White Bone Palace. Then, a white light shone and spread in all directions. The terrifying energy that filled the sky was completely suppressed by this white light. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others' pupils shrank. They could not believe it. This white bone palace was too terrifying. This was because these demon kings had surpassed the almighty level. They were extremely powerful. With so many demon kings attacking together, they could overturn the sky and earth. However, they could not shake the white bone palace. What was this white bone palace? Was it really the tomb of a saint? The six-armed godly ape, the crocodile god, and the other demon kings roared angrily when they saw that their attacks were ineffective. However, they seemed to be afraid and did not dare to get too close to the white bone palace. It was as if there was something in the white bone palace that was threatening them. However, their attacks did not stop. Intense collisions erupted in the sky. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The ones who suffered the most were the human kings. Although they were extremely powerful, they were as weak as ants in front of the terrifying demon kings and the white bone palace. Many kings were even hit by the shock waves and exploded. Even more warriors were red in the face as they resisted with all their might. At this moment, the few kings who were secretly adding fuel to the fire had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because if they did not attack, there would not be so much blood and the bone ocean would not have such a shocking change. However, it was all too late. There was no point in regretting it. On Lin Xian's side, he also propped up the dragon sword domain to resist. He was in a relatively good situation. Although it was dangerous, all the energy attacks were cut apart by his sword qi. None of them reached him. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. This was not the way to go. Brother Lin. The void rippled and Gu Santong appeared in front of Lin Xian. His face was pale and he was injured. After Lin Xian left, he was targeted by a mysterious expert. The other party seemed to want to capture him. Fortunately, he was skilled in spatial secret techniques. That was why he was able to escape. In addition, the demon kings attacked and forced the mysterious expert to retreat. It could be said that Gu Santong's experience was more dangerous than Lin Xian's. Now, the two of them worked together to resist the attacks from the surroundings and achieved obvious results. While the other kings also joined forces. But at this moment, the situation changed again. In the sky, the terrifying six-armed godly ape suddenly dived down and landed on the ground. The golden eyes scanned the surroundings before a cold voice resounded, "Humans, enter the ancient city." This voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the sky. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned ugly. There was a city nearby, and that was the White Bone Palace. Could it be that they had entered? What a joke. That is. Indeed, someone immediately counterattacked. However, he was answered by a golden palm. 3 of the kings were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. They could not fight back at all. Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. In front of the godly ape, even the almighties were no match. You can choose to fight back, but there is only one outcome. You will be killed. Or you can obediently enter the ancient city. If you are lucky, you might be able to survive. Lucky? What's so lucky about that? One of the elders gritted his teeth and roared. Once they stepped into the godly ape palace, they would be turned into a pile of bones. Don't worry. That won't happen anymore. Go in. The cold voice sounded again. Then, flames appeared on the godly ape's body and spread in all directions. If the humans tried to escape, the godly ape would attack them mercilessly. Kid, what should we do? Do you want to break out of the encirclement? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had thought of this idea as well. However, it seemed to him that it was simply too dangerous. The godly ape in front of him was too terrifying. It was definitely more powerful than an ordinary almighty. Its strength was unimaginable. Moreover, there were so many monster kings around. Where could he escape to? He might be killed in the end. Why not take the risk and enter the godly ape palace? Judging from the situation, the monster kings probably wanted them to enter the godly ape palace. As for what would happen after they entered, they did not know. However, they would not be turned into a pile of bones like the last time. The others looked pale. It seemed that they had no choice but to go in. Therefore, some of them gritted their teeth and flew into the sky. Soon, they arrived above the godly ape palace. Everyone held their breaths. However, they realized that this time, they did not turn into bones like the last time. Instead, that person entered the godly ape palace directly. It's really possible. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They felt that this might be an opportunity. Since they might be killed if they stayed here, they might as well go in and take the risk. Because now, they knew that the godly ape palace was definitely not ordinary. There might be great opportunities inside. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate and all of them flew into the sky. Let's go. Lin Xian and Gu Santong looked at each other. Then, the three of them followed the crowd and entered the godly ape palace. Boz. Just as they stepped into the godly ape palace, a strange energy came out and forced Lu Minghua out of the black earth. She could not stay any longer. What's going on? As soon as Lu Minghua came out, she saw the giant bone city not far away. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She looked at Lin Xian and gritted her teeth. Damn you! Are you crazy? How dare you come here? If you want to turn into a pile of bones, I won't stop you. But don't hold me back. To be honest, she was really scared. The scene of the monster kings being killed by the godly ape palace was still deeply imprinted in her mind. How could she not be scared when she saw that Lin Xian had brought her to the godly ape palace? However, Lin Xian said coldly, "Shut up. If you want to die, you can go down. I won't stop you. But if you want to live, you have to stay by my side." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.